Hello everyone. I can see around 70 people joining, which is very, very interesting. However, this will be a little bit limited into the interaction or interactive um, training. However, we will try our best just to listen to your opinion and take questions as much as possible. I would like you to write your questions in the chat, raise your hand, and I will maybe because I will be sharing my screen, I cannot see your hand, but my colleague Kata can collect all of that and let me know. So let's start. I will be sharing my screen. Please confirm that you can see my screen by saying something because I cannot see you.
No, I cannot see at least me.
Okay. Share. Now you should see.
Yes, that's great.
Yes. Yes, we see.
Perfect. So before we start, we want to let you know that this training is part of the EU4Health project, and specifically for the national societies who will be working on the PFA for children on the third component. However, the EU4Health was very generous that they wanted to share all of this knowledge with all national societies. That's why we share the invitation to everyone. Oh, I think I need to do something to remove this. So don't know why, but anyway, that's okay. And so we will have three consecutive sessions. Each session is 2 hours. Today we will talk about the introduction to MHPSS for children. Tomorrow we will talk specifically to the PFA for children. And the third day will be more of a practical day, how to implement PFA and the MHPSS intervention for children inside schools and within the community. So this will be our general idea. However, in each day we will have a specific agenda. Let's move on to the first agenda of the today. For today, we will talk about child protection. We will talk about what are the MHPSS needs for children, and we will also ask about common stress reaction for all age group, which will be covered by my colleague Kata. And at the end, we will talk about what is MHPSS for children. So I thought maybe it's good before we start dig into our topic. It's good just to have a little bit of information, general information about the global estimate or the global data estimates about the children. 50% of all mental disorders begin at the age of 14, which is something really, really alarming. That's why we need to take care of the mental well-being of the children and also keep our eye on to determining and investigating how mental health, how the children mental health can affect their development in the future. So worldwide, it's estimated that more than 30% of adolescents aged by from 10 to 19 with a diagnosed mental health disorder are diagnosed with mental health disorder, and unfortunately suicide is the fifth most relevant cause of death for adolescent boys and girls from the age from 10 to 19. That means one child commits suicide every 11 minutes. Children and young people also report psychosocial distress that may not raise to the level of epidemiological disorder. However, these psychosocial distresses or problems will disturb their life, will affect their prospects in the future. Also, it's the effect of mental health for children and adolescents can persist throughout their life, and it will cause serious health, education, and socioeconomic situation. That means that mental health significantly influence a long life lifelong outcomes in academic, social interaction, and economic success. And this is something that most of us actually know, and we know that how much it is important. But in the meanwhile, not a lot of intervention happens for the children. We know that it is important to work on the mental health for the children. However, in the school, this is not prioritized. In the school, it's more about mathematics, humanities, English. We, teachers or academic system prioritize these topics over the mental well-being of the children. And also, high socioeconomic deprivation limits access to the mental health. And we all know that migration and conflict and can affect the socioeconomic situation, and also can affect the psychological well-being of the kid. Which will increase the mental health or the risk of mental health problems. Severe adversity can lead to stress response, reflecting brain processing, hindering learning and thriving. And this is not only in a specific age. This will be continued with the child throughout their life. And students facing mental health challenges tend to achieve lower level of education attainments. So this is some kind of the information from the UN Convention for Children. And I think this is really give us a little bit of a framework of why it's important just to work on that much BSS for children, and how much it will prevent the children, or it will prevent a minor psychosocial problem to go into a mental health disease or a mental health illness or a mental health problem. Any questions so far? Because I can see 18 message in the chat, but I cannot see it.
Yeah, there is one quick question about whether national societies will receive any materials by the end of training.
That's a very good question. Actually, all presentation will be shared. Plus, we will share all the references and the material that this presentation was taken from. So a lot of hands out and the presentation as well. All is good. Let's move. Who is a child? So, according to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, defines a child as every person below the age of 18. Unless under the law applicable to the child majority is attained earlier, some of the countries maybe consider 16 or 15 as adulthood. However, it's under the UN Convention, we say under below the age of 18. So childhood is understood in a different way around the world. For example, some cultures define adulthood not by age, by the onset of puberty. And maybe it's different from one culture to another. There's a question here is, how is childhood defined in your culture? Is it only age or social roles? I would like to hear from one person. If I have hand raised, I don't know. Kata, do you see your hand raised?
No, I don't see one yet.
Okay, so if there's no one wants to share, but in some of the culture, especially for child marriage, they don't wait for the age of 18 to consent marriage. Some of them consent the marriage at the age of 15 because the girl or the boy hit puberty, which is a little bit concerning, but this is part of the cultures in some parts of the world. Okay, moving on. What are the child rights? Of course, the child has the right to play, to health care, to be with the parents, to freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom to right to get information, to education. So it's a long list. At the end, I put three dots because it's never it. As a human being, they have a long list of rights. But it's really important to know what is child protection. child protection is the prevention and response to abuse, neglect, and exploitation and violence against children. If we have to go through each one of them, which is I will not, but abuse, neglect, and exploitation and violence are the four things that we need to protect the children from. And before we start working with children, we need to be very, very careful to implement the child safeguarding policy. We have the safeguarding policy in the IFRC to work with children, and also we have the guidance note for working with youth for any event involving children. And this is really important. What does it mean, safeguarding? It refers to the obligation to ensure that the designed interventions are are in the best interest of the child. We do not expose children to adverse impact, including the risk of violence, abuse, exploitation, or neglect, and that any concern about children's safety within the communities where they work are appropriately reported and responded to. This is really important. So I would like to ask you for before you start any MHPSS intervention or PFA for children, I want you to work with your national society to find an internal child safeguarding policy. Most of the national societies has this policy. However, if you don't, you can use the IFRC safeguarding policy. And I put these policies in the link. So if you click here, you can find the policy from the IFRC, which is you can use and adopt. Okay, going back. Okay. Also, it's very important when we talk about children is to talk about how the community, the family, the culture affect the development of the child. So I will start talking about something maybe most of you is familiar with is the social ecological model, which is a model was invented in the 70s, and it's used in many themes like health and social interactions, but mainly if we want to use it in the psychosocial support or the MHPSS, it's really important to see how family affected the child, how the community affect the family and the child, and of course, how the culture and the society affected the child. And also there's other factors that will affect the child development or the well-being or the well-being of the child, which is physical development. It will affect the physical development, cognitive development, and also social, spiritual, emotional development. This is really important, and in the next slide we will talk about what are the protective factors that can protect the child from further harm, and also what are the risk factors that when we see them that it alarm us that this is might be a case that we need to take care of and work more on this in this. And also there's another model, which is the well-being model. And I'm sure that most of you also heard about this. And this is really important because when we trying to design MHPSS interventions, or when we try to design any interaction with the children, we need to know what will enhance the well-being of the child. Is it the social interaction? Is it the spiritual? Is it the mental? Is it the emotional? Do we need to take care of the physical needs of the child? How are we going to do it? Is it a participation approach? Is it more of an MHPSS interventions into different like integration into different activities like health, like education? So this will affect different aspect, and we will talk more about this maybe in the third day. But I wanted to give you a little bit of theoretical background around it and how we can um, work with the children. Any questions so far?
I don't see I don't see a hand or a message in the group chat, so I think we can.
Perfect. I want to also say something about participation, which is one of the approaches that we truly recommend when working with children, which is child center as child center interventions, which is including the child and the in the process of designing, implementing any MHPSS intervention. So it's include participation. And sometimes it's a little bit weird because we say, okay, this is a child, how they can interact, how they can participate. However, it's really important to understand that participation for children is different than adults, because participation, that means that we are talking to children, that we are assessing their needs, that we are just asking the right questions in the right way. This would be considered as participation from the children, which is really important. And as I said before, asking children, interaction with children, it's tricky, and at the same time it's need to be taking into consideration all the safeguarding policies. Okay, now we will go to the risk factor versus the protective factor. And as I said, risk factor, it's in any attributes, characteristic, or exposure that increase the risk of developing any adverse mental health outcomes. At the same time, protective factor will be any attribute, characteristic, or exposure that reduce the risk factor or independently act to increase positive outcomes. So I would ask you a question now, and this is need a little bit of participation from your side. An individual, family, school, community, and macro level, can you think of risk and protective factors for children? I would ask you to think about a protective factor and a risk factor, one of each, and a individual, family, school, any one of these, you're welcome to answer. Solly, yes, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So at family level, maybe if the parents are still together, if there's any abuse in the household, or if there's a safe, like a psychologically safe environment. And then at school, if there's bullying, or if they feel safe at school. Yeah, community can be community practices that can be both positive and negative.
Okay.
And at macro level, maybe what's going on in the country, whether there's like any unrest or like political unrest, or if there's natural disasters, or
Thank you,
so
Solly.
yeah.
That's perfect. Yeah, that's
Paula?
really good. This is a risk factors, but Solly has shared with us. Somebody care to say any protective factors?
Yeah, actually, it's mentioned in the messages. Protective factor can be self-efficacy, high self-esteem, high CSC from Monica, Lithuania.
So this would be an individual level, some on a family level. I'm sharing my screen so you can see the answers even.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you. That's really important when we say family risk factors, like parents are still together. Maybe the caregiver have experienced trauma before. This is a risk factor. However, on the other hand, we can say protective factor when there is a mother's education, quality of a home environment. So the opposite will be something can protect the mental health of the child. On a school level, it will be having a school counselor, having MHPSS interventions inside the school, which is the thing that we want to promote, we want to do more. On a community level, if there is a community cohesion, community acceptance, of course, on the opposite of the other factors, it will be the disruption of social networks. And the macro level, of course, it will be if there's a conflict, as a risk factor, as a protective factor, it will be supportive policies and legal frameworks. trust in the national system and government. So there is a lot of things that could be taken into consideration. Of
Sorry,
course,
Ala, I have to stop you. The chat section, it says that the Ukrainian translation doesn't work. Can we
oh,
do
Yeah,
something
I think
about it?
I just checked. It's working. Um,
maybe Gulzera, can you guide them a little bit how to do it?
yeah, I will.
Okay, good. I can still see people. So I will stop here this and I will hand it over to my colleague Kata, who will walk you through the common reactions of all age groups. Kata, over to you.
Thank you, Ala. I would just like to ask if the translation problem is solved, so we can move on.
No, not yet.
So meanwhile, we can just see if there's any questions
Yeah.
or comments of the
Irina,
previous
can you hear
section.
me? Irina, can you hear me? Oleg, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you, but before it's only English version, and like
Oh
for me that
yeah.
was okay, but it's not working.
Yes,
Thank
Oleg,
you.
can you hear us? And are you Oleg? Yes. Yes, but I cannot hear him for some reason. Is he translating? Because I could hear your translation, but not Oleg's one. Yeah, let me. Yeah, I mean,
So how are we in time-wise?
We are very good. We are
Okay,
ahead
yeah,
of
good,
us.
maybe for a
So
while, Irina, that would
good,
be nice
perfect.
because I already.
I tried to mute Gulzera, but she managed to unmute herself all the time.
Irina, could you take over? Yes, yes. Thank you, thank you.
okay, so can you hear me in all of the languages? Is everything working? Yeah, okay. Now I will share my screen, and please tell me if you see the presentation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, I don't see anyone now, so please just raise your hand, write in the chat section anything that comes to mind, and please let me know if there's a question or something. Okay, so first of all, I see that many of you are psychologists and many of you work with children. So I don't think that I will tell you anything new, but I can also see that there are people from many job opportunities. So I would just like to share with you some of the common reactions of all age groups when there's a crisis situation. So we will be talking about children, how they react to crisis situations, and later we will just see every age group and how it is different. So first of all, I would like to tell you that I will talk about the normal reactions. So, when a child who is developing normally um, faces some kind of difficulty, they will react somehow. And there are some signs that we have to be able to see and watch those signs, because they tell us how the children feel. So some common reactions that are in all age groups are signs of fear. Maybe they fear that the event will take place again. They worry that their loved ones get hurt, or they are afraid that they will get hurt. Very, very common is a fear of separation, or we can say separation anxiety, which is a strong fear of being separated from the caretakers, the adults, or even the siblings. Some somatic reactions are very common, like crying or sleep disturbance, or maybe even eating disorders, changes in hyperactivity level, maybe changes in their the focus, how they are able to concentrate on their tasks, and other cognitive functions. So now let's see how the toddlers and the infants react to crisis situations. Because they have limited language, they cannot really talk, they cannot really express themselves in a manner how adults can express themselves. So we have to watch how their physical activities are changing. Is there any change in their physical activity? Like if a child used to run around a lot, like a 2-year-old, or talk a lot, gibberish, and after a crisis situation they stop doing that, that's a sign. We have to be attentive to that.
Sultan, I hate to
Yes.
interrupt you. Can you put your slides on a presentation mode and move the slides, because you're stuck on the first one?
Oh, I've already moved it, so I will try to do it again. Do you see it changing now?
Yeah, now it's working.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yes, so they have limited language. So they only understand how the adults and other children behave around them. So they will only understand if they see a nervous adult. That means that possibly they will become nervous. So they don't really understand what's happening. They don't really understand a crisis situation. They only see if someone is crying, or someone is in a bad mood, or things like that. It is very common. Do you see the changes now?
No, it's still in case example. Did you move?
Yes, I did move it.
Okay, now it's
Now
you
now
know,
we see it.
yeah, it's
Yes.
Okay, then I will just stay with this because I think it's more practical. Okay, so yes, they cling more to parents. It's very common that we see a regression in the behavior. Like if there's a 3-year-old who is already potty trained, they will probably wet the bed again, or just forget to go to the toilet while he or she plays. Or regression like thumb sucking, or extreme fear in darkness, or things like that. We can see maybe changes in sleeping or eating patterns. Toddlers and infants usually show their anxiety or their feelings with crying and irritability. So they become frustrated easily. They lose their patience easily, and they might be afraid of things that they didn't frighten them before. So here's an example of a 2-year-old Elena, who was in a car accident, and she and her father were injured. Luckily, other passengers were unharmed but still shocked. And after that car crash, the accident, for several weeks, Alina refused to sit in the car because she would remember the car crash and she wanted to avoid it. And she became nervous and agitated when they were going to like shopping or going to the kindergarten. So that's just an example of how a reaction can appear in a toddler. Okay, moving on. Yes, I said hyperactivity, and we can see also poor concentration. So maybe before a 3-year-old would be able to sit down and play with dolls or little cars for. Sorry, I couldn't hear it. Okay, is there a question?
No, I think you can continue. I think somebody just unmute themselves by mistake.
Okay, that's totally fine. All right. So maybe if 15 minutes without disturbation, maybe this time would be only 5 minutes after a crisis situation or something, some emergency. They are very sensitive to how others react, and this is because of the limited language. Because, as I said, they rely on others and the other children, and they are very attentive to how the adults and caretakers react to different kind of situations. I'm sure that you have experience when maybe a child smashes her head to the desk, and maybe you or others reacted with, "Oh, there's a problem," and then the child starts to cry. But if he smashes his head and I just don't react like that, I don't panic, I just say, "Oh, are you okay?" Then the child can be calm also. So this is how we can help them with these crisis situations, that maybe we try to show less of our nervousness or our agitatedness to them, because they will automatically cling to that and they will behave nervously and agitatedly. Okay, so yes, this is also very common that they will. I'm sure that you know that there's a time when the 2 or 3-year-olds try to start to throw different kind of fits and tantrums, and this is very normal. But if this happens more frequently after a crisis situation, we have to be attentive to that and have to take care of that, and we have to be patient, because these tantrums and fits are usually just the expression of their frustration. Because they have limited language, they won't be able to say that, "Mother, I'm afraid that you will be gone and won't come back forever." They will just feel something. They will feel discomfort, but they cannot tell us how they exactly feel. So that's why they become more agitated, and these tantrums usually are about those kind of fears and those emotions. Is there any question for now, or can we move on to the next age group?
I cannot see
Okay.
anything in the chat, and there is no hand, but
All right,
please feel
okay.
free to unmute yourself and ask any questions.
Yes, and as I saw that many people are is here, and from many nationalities, so I'm very curious about the other cultural experiences, because I'm sure that there are some, and I would like to listen to those. So please feel free to share and raise your hand. Okay, let's move on to the 4 and 6-year-olds. they understand us a little bit better and they can express themselves a little bit better. So this makes a little bit easier to understand how they exactly feel, but it's still a little complicated. Usually, these kids are very centered around themselves. We call this egocentrism, and it's totally natural, and they only think about themselves. So they don't really care about how others feel, but it's very, very natural. But they don't really understand the consequences of the emergencies. So we shouldn't be impatient with them because a 5-year-old won't understand that we have to hurry because we have to meet them. They won't understand this. We have to explain it in their language. And yes, they have a little bit of understanding of cause in and effect, but they cannot really understand that like death it's forever. If a person dies, then they won't come back again. They don't really understand this concept because this is how they develop. They have something called magical thinking, which is, I think, very special. And sometimes we should be able to think in these fantasies because adults get very sad sometimes. So we can learn a lot from this magical thinking. It's very creative. But we can see in crisis situations this magical thinking. Let me share you an example. I've met a Ukrainian boy, 5-year-old, who had to flee his home because of the war. And they had to pack their things very, very quickly. And he could only took one bear out of his 5 bears. And after a while, well, when they were settled, he would just constantly cry because he left the other 4, and now he said that one little bear misses his home. But actually, what this is about, that maybe that boy really missed his home, and he just projected this feeling to the little bear, and this way he could express himself. So with this age group, we have to look after this kind of cues. We have to watch how they play because they will play everything that happened to them over and over again. This is a natural. It's very natural. This is how they deal with their experiences. But we can learn a lot from those plays because that way they can express themselves through their play. They also cling more to parents or adults if something bad happens to them, which means that the parents won't be able to go even to the toilet or even to discuss something with another adult. So this would make the situation of the adults a little bit harder, but it's very natural. They can also regress to younger behavior like thumb sucking or, again, wetting the bed or incopracies. They can, maybe if a 5-year-old was able to talk in full sentences after a crisis situation or an emergency, it can happen that he or she will stop talking. I've met a little girl who was 4 years old, and she was living with something we call mutism. Something bad happened to her parents, and The little girl didn't really understand what exactly, but she was very, very anxious and very, very agitated. And for a while, she couldn't talk after in front of any other adults, only her parents. And after a while, when her parents solved that crisis and were able to feel healthy again, the little girl could talk again. So mutism is also a sign of anxiousness. Sleep disturbances are very common, including nightmares. Maybe nightmares also common in toddlers, but as they have limited language, we didn't really know about that. So these kids can share now their nightmares and their bad dreams with us. Maybe we can see changes in their eating patterns. Maybe they want to eat way more, or they refuse to eat. Both of them are very common. They become easily confused because of that magical thinking that I was talking about. They cannot really tell fantasy from the real world. So if something happens in the real world and something other happens in their head, they can easily confuse those two. And in a crisis situation, this would make very difficult to adjust to the new reality for them. We can also see some of the kids take on adult roles, which is common if the parents are separated, or one of the parents is very, very depressed, or feeling down. Then the kid would take on some of those roles. It's usually the older siblings, if there are siblings, and they would take on some of the adult roles. Okay, is there any question to this age group, or is there something that you would like to share from your experience, or did you hear something like this? Can you relate to these 4 or 6 year olds? Okay, I do not hear anyone
Nothing.
sharing. Okay, that's perfectly fine. I know that 80 people is just a lot. I am nervous to share in front of this many people, so I understand. But you're very welcome to write something in the chat if that's more comfortable for you. Okay, then let's move on to the 7 and 12-year-olds. So as they develop, they have more understanding of the world. They link together cause and effect. They can divide between risk and vulnerabilities. They are more interested in facts, so we can talk about what exactly happened, of course, in their language. They now understand that death is forever, so that may cause very, very intense grief and very a deeper understanding of loss. Their cognitive functions are improving, so they are able to understand their emotions better. They are able to express their emotions better, and they experience more emotions like guilt or failure or anger, and this might cause moodiness, or we can see them as they are moody, but actually they are just experiencing some new kind of emotions, and they are still in this kind of magical thinking, but they are more open to the real world. So this may confuse them again. We can see that some of them may retreat to fantasies and refuse to live in the real world, but some of them, after a crisis, just let go of the fantasies and just see the world as it is. It's very usual that they, at this age, they think in black and white. They only understand that there's good and there's evil. There's no in between. They only understand right and wrong, and this may make it more difficult to understand those kind of feelings because it's just ambivalent sometimes. Some of the common reaction is that they would want to talk about the emergency or the crisis constantly. They would talk about it in a repetitive manner, or they won't talk about it at all. That's also a common reaction, that they would refuse to talk, maybe talk at all. I've met a 11-year-old boy who was refusing to talk. For some weeks, he didn't talk at all, and after a few weeks, he would open up slowly, but very slowly, only to me, not other adults. So he had some trust issues, but after a few weeks, we could work on them, and he would be able to open up a little bit more, but it took a very, very long time. So that was example for an opposing silence. It is common that a crisis situation or an emergency affects negatively their memory or concentration. And we can see this as their grades in the school might deteriorate, or if they had so if they had a game that they really like to play, maybe a board game, they won't be able to concentrate for half an hour to that as they did before. Maybe they would just be able to concentrate for 10 minutes because their mind is just loud, and is the bad experience is just take on over their focus, and they lose focus and concentration. And this usually this could happen in schools also. So it's really important to be attentive to the grades, because we can see if the child is feeling worse, and when he or she needs help. They are able to think about other people now, because they are out of this egocentric thinking. We call this decentration. So they are concerned about other affected people now, maybe their friends or other relatives, or the people who they don't even know, but they know that this and this happened to them also. They become more concerned about them, and this is also a new feeling which they have to get to know. And we often forget that it's very very hard to get to know ourselves this way. Aggression, irritability, and restlessness is also common. Sleep and appetite disturbances, as you can see. And self-blame and guilt feelings are also common. And now they can express this also with their words. Okay, is there any question or some story that would you like to share to this age group?
Nothing in the chat, but I also encouraged the participant just to share or ask questions. This is your time to comment. Okay.
Okay, then let's go on. So now let's see how the teens react. Um, Normally, this is a time for searching their identity. And this is a time where the peers become more important than family, the parents, or the siblings. And because of this, they can seem more self absorbed and they can seem more. Um, yeah, self-absorbed, sorry. So it is very common, but as something happens to them, like a crisis or an emergency, this self-absorbance can cause very intense guilt feeling because a thought will appear in their, sorry, the timing. Okay, I love hearing time, right?
Yes, we are. Yes.
Okay, sorry. All right, so they can seem very self-absorbed in times of crisis also. Um, as their cognitive functions improving, they are able to understand the perspective of others also, and they have a deeper understanding of consequences to themselves and consequences to others, to the all of the world maybe. And they will feel a sense of responsibility, which becomes easily mixed up with helplessness in a crisis, because sometimes a 14-year-old cannot do everything that an adult can do. And maybe that 14-year-old will feel responsible for his or her family, but maybe he is just not able to do those things that other adults can do for his or her family. So this is like a feeling of deep helplessness.
Albania.
Yes, is there a question or is just someone forgot to mute themselves? Okay, I will go on. Um, Yeah, so as they grow, their intense grief grows also, because they can, at these times they can experience different types of emotion more deeply, more intensely. They feel happiness more intensely, but they will feel grief more intensely because of the hormones, which I wouldn't go in because it's very complicated. But one thing that I find very important to talk about is often we think about teens as little adults, but they are very not little adults. They might act, they might behave as adults, they might dress as adults, but actually biologically they are not yet ready to be adults. Like there's a part of the brain, the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for the control and decision making, and it doesn't really develop until 20, 21 years old. So the teens are just biologically not able to control themselves sometimes. So they have a weak decision making, which we can see as a risk-taking behavior or aggression or avoidant behavior, which is you can see here in the slide, that is very common. And during a crisis, these kind of behaviors would be more intense. Like risk-taking behavior could be a very young boy to try to join the army, or we can see it as self-destructive behavior because they cannot they cannot work with that intense aggression, so they would turn against themselves because, well, they know that we don't hurt others, we don't cause pain to others, so they turn against themselves. And this is very, very common, and we have to look for those signs, like little cuts on the arms or the legs, or they try to cover the cuts with different clothes. Maybe if you see a teen during summer in long sleeves and long trousers, it can also be a sign. Don't confuse it with fashion. I'm not saying that long sleeves is not fashionable in summer, but we have to be attentive to those kind of signs. As their cognitive function develop, they can experience major shifts in their view of the world, as they have deeper understanding of how the world works, and they have deeper understanding of political and historical facts, and they are more open to discuss those kind of changes. I have another example. I've met a boy. He was 16 years old, and he would talk about constantly himself, how his hair was, how he wasn't content with his looks, how he didn't like his clothes. And during one of our therapy sessions, after a long, long rant how he didn't like himself, he just suddenly stopped and said that, and I quote, "How can I worry about my looks when they, the authorities, are taking my neighbors, three little girls, to the children's home?" So then suddenly he just remembered some other people who are in seemingly more trouble, and he just suddenly he became very aware of himself, that his looks or how his hair was at that point wasn't that important as the fate of those three little girls, his neighbors. So that's I think it's a very good example, how their emotions can change very quickly, and how the train of thoughts can change very, very quickly. They can also sense a deep, deep, deep hopelessness about their present or about the future, and especially after a crisis. Recently, I've read an article which was about how the Russian-Ukrainian war affected Hungarian people, and especially Hungarian teens. And the article quoted a discussion between two girls who were traveling in a train, and they were talking about one girl said that, "What do you think will happen? Will we have our final exams or what?" And the other replied, "Well, I don't know, maybe we all will die." And then they just continue to talk about other topics like clothes and something like that. And that's also a very good example that even though they are very afraid of their future, and they easily become very apathetic because these kind of feelings are so heavy that it's more easy to deal with them with apathy, and easier to deal with it with just moving on to another topic. I don't want to talk about this because this is too heavy for me. So this is, I think, it's a very great example how they deal. They also become very defiant of the authorities and parents, and after an emergency, this would take to extreme levels, and they also start to rely more on their peers and friends for socializing, and it seems that they abandon their family, but actually they are just learning how to cope in a social environment. Okay. Do we have any questions?
Nothing in the chat, but
Okay.
I see one hand. Andrea, please go
Hello.
ahead. Yes.
I can tell from my experience about the teenagers to give how to say, a frame and not pay attention to what 10% of community in the course. And here are the family, especially Ukrainians. And I'm working with children, of course, and I have several cases and about teenagers. I have one girl that was not feeling very well because of the mental tendency. And also,
Andrea, sorry, we cannot hear you very well. Something is wrong with your mic. Can you just try to fix it?
now,
No, we can hear something, but it's not really clear.
then I can text.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I am very interested in what you're about to say. So, Ala, can you read it out loud when we get the text?
I can see another hand. There's Solly. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I was just wondering if we could add to this list like severe isolation, withdrawing completely and only using internet and computer games and
Yes.
Yes, very, very important. Thank you very much. Yes, and I honestly meant to talk about this, but I just somehow mixed my notes together, so I cannot find it. Yes, it's very important. We see this trend that teens are more involved in virtual reality, and that also applies in a crisis situation. So thank you very much for highlighting it. It's very, very important. And in normal cases, we have to watch those kids because it's very, very important because they won't learn those social skills, and they won't be able to grasp reality as it is because they are all only living in the virtual reality. So it's a very, very important topic. So thank you again for bringing this to our attention.
no problem.
Yeah, I can read the Andrea comment.
Thank you.
Andrea said it was about a teenager and it's not an adult because of parents can put a lot of pressure on them. For example, asking them to take care of their younger sister, brothers, and not letting them, the teen, to have its free time.
Yes, exactly. And this is very typical in a crisis situation, that the adults just forget that they are still kids and they still have a lot to learn and still have a lot to experience. And we are so easily just rely on their help because they want to help us. They want to do something because they have a sense of the crisis. They understand the crisis as they are cognitively developed, but still, it is very important to leave them time to be teenagers, and just act like teenagers, and live like teenagers even in a crisis situation. Thank you for sharing. Is there anything else?
There's no other questions on the chat and no hands. I can see also Andrea, she said, she continued, and in the same time, I had a teenager who said everything was okay, wonderful, till I arrived to the question about sleeping when she realized that she was struggling very much at this sector. And going deeper, we realized that she would need some support.
Yes, exactly. As we saw it in all age groups, teenagers are also in risk of sleep disturbances. And this is also because of their development. Usually we see teenagers who just easily can sleep through 10 hours without a problem, but there is a line where it becomes unhealthy and problematic, and after a crisis it's very common that they change their sleeping habits drastically, like from 10 hours they go to 5, and that can cause some severe problems. And that maybe because they cannot fall asleep because they are so afraid of what's going to happen, or they are worried about their friends or their loved ones, and they just ruminate in their head and just can't fall asleep for a very, very, very long time. And also there's the opposite, when a child only feels all right when he sleeps like 16 hours a day, once during the day, and for like 14 hours during the night. So that's also a sign that we have to be attentive to. Thank you. It's very, very important. Thank you for bringing this to the attention. Others?
No, all is good. You can continue,
Okay.
Qatar.
All right, let's exercise our brain a little. I would like you to choose an age group and think of an example. This can be an own experience. If you have children, maybe an experience with them, or if you work with children, then an experience with them. And just think about this emergency situation. And if you can remember, how did they react, or how did they behave after the crisis or the emergency? How did they communicate? Was there any changes in their behavior? So I would like you to ask to collect all the information about one example. And we will come back to these to the answers tomorrow, so you will have a little bit of time to think about your experiences. And tomorrow I will ask you to share a few examples, because we are very interested how in your cultures what do you experience, and how do you react to the children's reactions. So please just think of an example. It doesn't have to be a case study, just in like 4 or 5 sentences, like the others shared. Okay, and I have,
Qatar,
yeah,
I think we have one question on the chat, which is,
yes.
I am wondering whether there's will be any particular age when kids are the most vulnerable for trauma. And I think this would be the next slide, though, right? Okay.
Well, yes.
But this is this
No,
would
there,
be
yeah.
this
This
would
is
be
what.
my part. That's fine.
Yeah, okay, so should I give this to you, or should I first give a short answer?
As you like.
Okay, so just in one sentence, I think that there is no age group that is more sensitive than the other, because as we saw, every age group is very sensitive. So there might be children who are more resilient, who can react better to different kind of situations. But I think that there is no specific age group. There are specific types of vulnerabilities, which Allah will continue. So thank you for listening, and I will give the floor to you, Allah.
Thank you very much, Kata. However, I have one comment, but it seems that it's written in Ukrainian language or another language. So if anyone have the capacity to translate that for us, that would be perfect. Um, please, yes. Mm, yes, that's interesting. Thank you. Thank you. That's totally true.
Yes, also that is very common when they cannot stop talking about what happened, or they cannot stop talking at all. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you, Kata. So I think what we have discussed now and the different age group and how they interact or react to stressful situation is really important. This will give us some more insight how to build our MHBSS activities, how to talk to children, and how to figure out the warning signs that for children who was experience stressful situation or traumatic situation. I know that there is no specific particular age group that could be vulnerable to trauma. However, some studies says that infants could be more vulnerable than others because infants should be with their parents. So separating from their parents would be very, very life-threatening. So this is one of the theories, but of course it depends on a lot of risk factors, protective factors, the family situation, the social situation, the community situation. So it's a lot of things should be considered before we stigmatize or before we say, oh, this age group is more vulnerable than others. Okay, good. So let's continue our presentation, and I want to share my screen now. Oh, I'm not sure. I don't think that you can see it, right? Please confirm that you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, perfect. So, staying in the topic of vulnerable children, there are some particular vulnerability criteria we could put it into consideration when we are working with children, like unaccompanied, separated, or orphan children. And this is a very common thing to be seen in the war and or active conflict situations, and children in institutions like SOS institutions and orphanage or child-friendly spaces or whatever institution that children could be. Also, children without birth registration, so without having the legitimate papers that will limit the child ability to be to access health services, education services, or social services. So a lot of services could be deprived, and this will not only affect the children, it also affect the family itself, because this will be a lot of burden on the parents, and also feeling the guilt that they cannot provide for their children. Another vulnerability criteria is children in conflict with the law, and also children living in absolute poverty, working children. And also children without access to education, children with disability or special needs, marginalized children, children in emergency setting, child mothers, and we can see as child mothers in war situations as well. Also adolescents. As we could see from the presentation from Kata, that adolescents are very sensitive and particular age group that we should take into consideration while dealing with them, especially that they consider themselves as adults and they have the right to make decisions. So without any war zone or vulnerability or whatever, they're a difficult age group to deal with. So can you imagine if we add to that a conflict or a migration or a refugee status. Child-headed household. I'm not sure if you have ever seen child-headed household in your work with within the emergency happening right now with the conflict. Anyone saw this type of situation? Like you see 15 years old or 16 years old who's the head of the house because the both parents are not there. Okay. That's good that you did not see that. That's perfect. Hopefully, we will not see it. Children with severe emotional and social reactions. So this would be the particular vulnerabilities, and of course, there's a lot of other things that we need to take into consideration when we are working with children and put it into our mind and to be very mindful while working with children or building our MHPSS intervention or doing an MHPSS training or a PFA training to either teachers or social workers or health workers. So we need to alarm the people who's directly working with children to keep their eye onto this particular group. And what also we have discussed in the previous slides, that when we talked about the specific reactions into stress in a different age group, this is really really important. And I think when some of you are leading trainings to providers, to caregivers, to school teachers, to social workers, you need to be very very specific into those reactions and go through them and give them the time to know, to understand how children will react into stress. So this is really important. Any questions so far? Okay. So because we are a big group and because we have different levels in the participants, some of the participants are already trainers, some of them are already MHPSS officers or technicals. So some of you might say that, okay, this is not new. I know what is MHPSS. However, we have to go through what is MHPSS just to consider that this training is specifically tailored to the people who will provide PFA training in the future for the people who's working with children, like as we say, like school teachers, social workers, health caregivers. So this should be covered in all aspects. So MHBSS, and which is the mental health and psychosocial support. And as we all know, it's a group of activities that are tailored to enhance the psychosocial support and the mental well-being of a specific group of not specific, to many group of people. And this would mean a different layers of interventions, and the layer of interventions, of course, goes under the MHPSS pyramid, under the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement. However, we have also another pyramid, which is the Interagency Standing Committee, and there's some specific differences, but that does not mean that they are completely different. No, there's a little bit of similarities. I will go through that in the next slide. We need to protect and promote psychosocial well-being, and we need to prevent or treat mental health conditions. So when we say MHPSS, that means that we're going into positive psychosocial well-being. We need to promote the well-being of a child, or promote for different age group, but promote it, like how we can promote psychosocial well-being. I want one person to tell me how to promote psychosocial well-being. Come on, big group of people. Any hands, Kata?
Maybe just the basic promotion of positive social support networks and positive social interactions. It's a big resource.
Perfect. Yes. Any other comment?
No, no comment.
Okay. So positive, mental well-being or psychosocial well-being, it could be reached in a different ways. Some of them are raising awareness, some of them is delivering programs, working in integrating MHPSS or the well-being into different programs. There's a lot of integration into education, especially when we're talking about the interagency network for education and emergency. They're doing a lot of work on the social emotional learning. So we don't have someone who's actually has a problem, but we are promoting the well-being, like how you're aware of your own emotions, how you can use your self-care, how you can have this emotional regulation. So a lot of things that people in general need to learn, and sometimes we forget to give this information to children because we learn it through life as an adult, but we forget to give that information to children. And somehow, of course, it's different because of all conditions, risk, and protective factors. However, this should be embedded in the education system. This is where the integration come from. So we need to integrate MHPSS into different sectors, and education is one of the things that we need to integrate MHPSS or the positive psychosocial well-being. Of course, we are promoting the well-being, and then we are working with psychosocial problems and distress. Does not go into the mental health condition. So the people, they're not the people with social problems. That everyone have social problems or psychosocial problems, like sleep problems, like isolation. So it's a problem or distressors that can happen, and we need to start working on that. How we are going to work on that? Many of you is working on that. I am sure of that. One example, one activity that goes into psychosocial problems and distress.
So you already mentioned psychoeducational activities for kids learning certain self-help skills or learning about emotions with their peers. Yeah.
Perfect.
And
This is Monica from
Lithuania.
Hi. Okay, perfect. Yes, that's totally correct. And also, when we say psychosocial problems, we could use many different activities, many different interventions that could be used. And one of the example, it could be teaching the people or teaching the children sleep hygiene, maybe the triangle of emotion, and behavior and thoughts. There's a lot of things that could be like we don't want to go into specific or focused group therapies or group activities, but it could be something that more specific into a psychosocial problem. And there's a lot of examples for that you could be taking and provide. And we will talk more in specific on the third day of this train. Okay, the third one is common mental health conditions. And common mental health conditions, it will not be it will not reach into the severe mental health conditions and disability. Common, it means maybe anxiety, maybe depression. So this is something that a lot of people could experience, and of course we could build some mental health and psychosocial interventions around that. And of course, uh, the PFA or psychological first aid can work on the positive well-being, on the psychosocial problems, on the in the common mental health condition, as of course for the severe mental health condition. So PFA can go through all of this, just to make it very clear. And at the end, we go to the severe mental health conditions and disabilities, which is a little bit more complicated, more specialized, which is I'm not sure if a lot of national societies are already providing specialized services. And when we say specialized services, that means that we need specialized providers like psychiatrists, psychologists, and it could be one-to-one, it could be group, and psychiatric nurses. So this is the type of intervention that could be implemented through this severe mental health conditions. Any questions so far? I can see people still getting in. It's too late.
I think some of people are just kicked out and they're just entering in.
Okay.
Some of them are the same.
Okay. So here we can see the famous pyramid. All of us are seeing this in one way or another. However, I thought maybe it's good to use some of the previous presentations that I saw a lot of my colleagues used, and I felt this is really, really interesting, because when we talk about the different layers of intervention, here it can give you a specific interventions that could be, or not interventions, like specific intervention areas that could be integrated. You could see here we have the GBV, gender-based violence, that could be implemented in all layers of intervention. We have the child protection area that could be integrated into starting from the focus to the psychosocial symptoms to the specialized that could be integrated. We have also the mind action and community-based protection, which could be integrated into the basic, focused, and the psychosocial support. And of course, we have healthcare and nutrition. Of course, it's here and there. However, from my perspective, it could be for the fourth intervention layers, because when we say healthcare, the people are providing the first line intervention in everything. So if someone is going to a health center and this person is taking their child for a vaccination, assuming that the vaccination is happening in the health center or the primary health center, and the nurse there or the healthcare provider, they notice that this baby has maybe physical abuse or a different behavior than normal, or a different reaction, or anything that could be alarming from the thing that learned here. And this is our target. We need to teach the healthcare providers, we need to teach, or not to teach, or learn, support these people how they can detect a problem, and then this will help to deal better with the children, to detect, and of course refer and support the families more. So this would be this could be one of the things that could be implemented. That's why, from my perspective, I believe healthcare and nutrition should be on all the layers of intervention. Of course, MHPSS, it's between all sectors. That's why we say integration all the time. Integration in CVA, integration in CAA, integration in migration, and everything. Everyone who is working directly with beneficiaries, and I could say now specifically with children, should be trained on MHPSS, on PFA, should be someone who can understand how to deal with children and how to detect children in distress. So of course, in a different level, coordination is really important between different sectors. Any questions so far? Okay, good. Kata, how are we doing with time?
Very, very good. We have a lot of time left.
Oh, great. That's because we put a lot of time for interaction and questions. But maybe tomorrow it will be a different story. Maybe people will come to more prepared for more interaction. Okay, so skills and qualities of frontliners and community-based MHPSS workers. What are the qualification of people that should be would be around children? Of course, we need people with specific education, professional qualities. However, in crisis, this is not really always available. That we cannot say, you're working with children, you need to have the specific qualifications, because we don't have that luxury. That's why we try to build the capacity of our volunteers, of our staff, for our people who's working directly with the beneficiaries. And also we need someone who's grounded in childhood development. So we don't want you to be a child psychologist or someone who understands the theory behind the child development. However, if a person who's working with children, and there is a chance that one of the service providers or the service or the people that you're providing service to could be children, you need to be grounded about the different age categories and how they are, and how is the development, childhood development during this different age categories, and at the same time how people are how children in different age categories react to stress. This is one of the things that we need to emphasize and should be included in your trainings in the future for any professionals or frontliners. Various professionals all play important roles. So of course, I don't want to repeat myself. A lot of people play an important role. We talk about social workers, teachers, psychologists, activity facilitators, youth group leaders, healthcare workers. We're talking about nutritionists and faith leaders. So there's a lot of groups that could play a role. And when we try to do some PFA training, we need to include this type of or this categories. I know that the national societies who are included in the third component of the EU4Health are required to do the PFA or PFA for children for the service provided, including social worker, teachers, and maybe healthcare workers, right? So these three categories, or maybe more, should be trained on PFA for children. Our suggestion would be that people who have PFA in general could be easily trained on a PFA for children. However, they need to have the basic PFA first and then go to the PFA for children with a specific tailoring to the child development and how to react with children, which will be all explained tomorrow. So this is the things that we need to take into consideration. Anyone who is planning to do PFA for children training, just raise your hand, please.
I see 3 hands, 4,
Okay, 4, good.
and more.
Oh no, good. Can you write your name in the chat, the one who's planning to do PFA for children? Like who's taking this information to implement directly after this?
I see Monica from Lithuania, Soli from Iceland.
Yes, perfect. I will take a look afterward in the chat, because this is interesting, and we can use this information for tomorrow and the day after. Okay.
Ala, since you were asking for interaction, can I bring up a thought or a question?
Yes, Solly, please.
So I'm thinking, like, when we are going to train these people, that, you know, that you have listed here, and I think this cultural sensitivity is also a part of the missing link, because sometimes they would maybe not be aware that there's a cultural difference, or that the children are reacting differently, or maybe respecting authority like too much and saying yes, maybe when they mean no. So like these kind of small things. So I'm wondering, like, how to integrate this cultural sensitivity part into our PFA for children training. And do you have some thoughts on this?
Yes. Thank you, Solly. That's really important question, and this will be covered by tomorrow's topic. So this is one of the things that we're going to discuss tomorrow. But thank you for raising that. That's
Okay,
really important.
thank you.
I can see hands, but I'm not sure if this is related to if you are going to do PFA or you have a question. If you have a question or a comment, please unmute your mic and just ask.
I think Allah, and there was someone else who was raising the hand.
Please, someone
Okay.
else, go ahead. Okay, that's fine. We still have chance tomorrow to discuss, so no worries. Because tomorrow it will be more focused on the PFA in specific, so so a lot of information will be shared tomorrow. Okay, good. So moving to the next slide. So building on the previous one, how can health and school professionals contribute to children's well-being and mental health? So this is a question that I want you to think about now, and maybe we can take 2 to 3 contributions, because this is really important, because I know that you are in the field, you're the people who know why did you decide to train school professionals, why did you decide to train health professionals, how do you think this will enhance the children's well-being? So anyone care to participate and say something? And this would be something from your own experience, like why did you decide to do it and how do you think it will help? I saw some hands, but I'm not sure.
So as you
This
mentioned,
Yes, Ludmila.
oh,
Monica, please. Yeah.
I just wanted to mention early detection and connecting to other professionals, which you already also mentioned, but that's really important.
Okay, good. So why we decided on these 2 categories? Because they have a direct contact. And when your child at home, and maybe a lot of you can relate, when you have a child at home and they have problem like not sleeping well, or any other problem, the first thing that we do, like we talk to the health professional, or we talk to the school professional, or the school teacher, or the school counselor. So this is our first interaction as a parent, how we can discuss the children concerns, and at the same time they are the people who is dealing the most with children. So this would be one of the things that could be the reason of choosing school professionals and health professionals to be trained on
Yeah.
PFA. Yeah.
Allah, I think Ludmila has hands up.
Yes, please go ahead.
Ludmila? Yeah. Now she's not.
She
Okay,
doesn't want to
anyways.
talk anymore.
I
Okay.
think it was accidentally up or yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, keep going. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Sorry, I see some comments. Can I read them to you?
Yes, please, Kata, go ahead.
Okay, so Amira writes, by raising awareness about the importance of mental health, organizing tribunes, and talking to children.
Mhm.
Agnieszka writes to introduce some activities when kids could meet and talk. And someone else writes, monitor more the mental and physical health of children and step in when needed. And someone else writes, school is a normal and regular place for children where they spend a lot of time, a great place to observe changes. And someone else writes, supporting children who experience more difficulties.
Yes. Perfect. That's amazing. I really like that that we think about the health professionals of someone who can contribute positively to the mental well-being. And also when we say health professional, it's a little bit also detection of somatic concerns, because a lot of kids react somatically to stress reactions. So they will have tummy pain, they will have a headache, they will have a vomiting. So a lot of somatic signs and symptoms could be psychological by origin, not coming from a disease. That's why the healthcare professional are should be trained, or need to be trained on MHPSS and PFA for children. And in addition, for school professionals, a lot of reactions happen in the classroom, or with the counselor. Could be translated into psychological distress, which means low academic performance, which means bullying. There's a lot of things that could be translated into a problems, or psychological or psychosocial problems, that the school professional should be aware of, and they could be contributing to detection, awareness, referrals, and also they could play a very important role in intervention. They could do a basic intervention within the schools that could enhance the mental well-being and and the mental health of the children.
I see
Any
some
other?
other comments.
Yes, please.
Children spend most of their time at school. Teachers often see changes that parents may miss. Very important. Prevent further harm, e.g., bullying.
Yes,
To
perfect. That's a perfect
introduce
one.
some activities which develop their self-efficacy.
Hmm. Yes.
And colleagues, if you would like to ask questions in Ukrainian language, feel free to do so, and our interpreters will translate them.
Yes. So I'm going through the comments again, but I can see a lot of comments, which is feed into the thing that we are talking to. Amanda is also talking about integrating MHPSS into school systems, which is great, which is one of the things that we think should be integrated. And there's a lot of guidelines how to do, as I said, the social, emotional learning inside the school. Um, I would share a lot of handouts, so don't be overwhelmed about the things that we will be sharing. And also building something inside the schools. It's not easy because we're dealing with a different entity. We're dealing with an educational entity who has different priorities. So you need, as a national society, you need to have a good relationship with the education sector, maybe education sector within the national society itself, and of course within the authorities. So this interlinkage and collaboration should be happening, and of course the same happen for the health care providers. I always say go for basic PFA interventions, like just sensitize the school teachers, sensitize the healthcare workers on PFA and how to talk to children and how to effectively communicate and detect children in need of psychosocial support. This would be amazing. This would, even if you think that it is the minimum, but it could help a lot. So this would be our advice to you. But of course, this would be further discussed tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So concluding this slide, any other comments or question? Perfect. So I think this would be yes. So this would be concluding the first day. So in recap, today we have discussed what is MHPSS for children, what are the stress reactions for children, what are the role of school professionals and healthcare professionals to enhance the mental well-being of children. These are the topics that we have discussed today. And of course, this is all introduction. Tomorrow it will be the PFA for children in specific, and I would encourage you tomorrow, all of you, to attend. However, it's as I said in the email, as we said in the email, this training is for people who already have PFA in specific, and now they will have PFA for children. And it is directed for the trainers who are going to provide PFA for children in the future, or supporting PFA for children in their national society. So I would love to see all of you tomorrow. I would like to also encourage you to do your homework. Kata was really nice. She didn't want to say homework, but we want you to think about one example of stress reactions, a specific age group of children, and share it with us tomorrow. Of course, I'm aware that we're a big group of people, so it might be that we cannot go through all of it. But however, sharing it via email, via chat, or sending it to Kulzera, to myself, and we can have all of these examples. This is really important for us to build upon this training and enhance it. So we would love to hear from the ground, from the people in the field, from the people who have the actual experience. Yeah, and uh, before saying salam, it means peace in my language, but I love this word because it's a very nice way to say, instead of saying goodbye, we say peace. So any question, comments, concerns, something that you want us to do it differently maybe tomorrow, so we can change a little bit of our approach, just feel free. We have 8 minutes. I would assume everyone is satisfied. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So, okay, so enjoy your rest of the day. I'm not sure if it's evening, here is evening. So, see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern time, like Central European time. صح? Is it that the correct way to say it? Yeah, okay.
MHPSS, Introduction to MHPSS for Children. And as we have said that this training was designed originally for the third component of the EU4Health project, which is a project that covers around 28 national society. I hope that number is correct, Cecilia, but cover a lot of national societies and mainly supporting PFA, MHPSS services for the Ukrainian population, and also caring for our staff and volunteers and many different aspects. I am sure most of you know it. And one of the extra component that was added to this project is the PFA for children. And because we have this urgent need to start the implementation, we have this online session for PFA for children. And this would be a training to equip MHPSS practitioners who work directly with children to provide PFA for practitioners and also for PFA trainers. And basically, what we have discussed in the email that ideally people who attended this training sessions should be PFA trained. So this is an introduction in general for newcomers. And for yesterday, we have discussed what is MHPSS for children, and we have also discussed what is a child and the safeguarding policies. And we also discussed the different age group response to stress and response to trauma and response to adversity. And we have also talked about the pyramids and different levels of MHPSS intervention with children. So this is in a nutshell what we have talked yesterday. For today, we will talk specifically on a PFA. What is PFA? Why PFA for children? Why it's important for action principles for PFA, and also we will talk about how to communicate with children in general. So this would be our agenda for today. Before I start our presentation, I would like to hand it over to Kata because we have a small homework, and Kata would like to follow up on that. Kata, over to you.
Thank you, Ala. Yes, as she said, I invited you to think of an example yesterday, an example where a kid was in an emergency situation, and I asked you to think it through. How did they react? How did they behave? Was there any difference from their normal behavior or their communication? And so now I would just like to hear from you a few examples. If someone wants to share, just raise your hand, or if is it more comfortable, you can share in the chat section, and we will have a few minutes to talk about this. So I'm waiting for the examples. Please share. I'm sure that there are many differences between all these cultures, so I'm very curious about you.
I think Soli wants to share her hands up. Yes, Soli?
Yes, Soli, please.
Hi, so we're talking about the reactions of children, different reactions, right?
Yes.
So we've observed both children becoming hyperactive and hypoactive, so becoming very active or very unactive, or kind of seeking into more computers and not facing reality, more, just thinking about computers or movies and, that kind of reaction.
And how old are these children that you are talking about?
Like 6 to 9 in this age gap, maybe.
Yes.
And then also for teenagers, like this kind of attitude of, well, I don't care anymore, so I might as well do dangerous and risky things because, who cares, or like the world is unsafe anyway, so I might as well just do. And I think also for teenagers in Iceland, self-harming is becoming more and more common for teenagers. And then also bullying is one, I think, reaction from some kind of trauma is you bully other children. The list goes on and on, but I think I want other people to share.
Yeah, thank you very much, Soli.
Okay,
thank you. I see the chat section. Yelena shared the situation where peers in the class are teasing the child. Should I read it out loud or, okay. So the child is 7 years old. He feels scared, anxious, he gets down on himself and doesn't want to talk about the problem at school, at home. He plays alone and isolated from other peers. In contact with other children from class, he shows signs of aggression, especially when one of the elders is present or teacher. He does not want to answer the question asked by the elders regarding teasing. He doesn't make eye contact and is visibly upset. He has bad dreams in depending on the severity of the abuse. He may have sleep, eating, or even bedwetting disorders. Yes, very common. Thank you, Yelena. Another one, Timmy. A girl, 13 years old, who has been sexually assaulted. After the event, she locked herself in her room. She isolated. She didn't talk to her family for almost 6 months. That's a long time. She started to talk with her cousin a little bit, and after a while, the cousin managed to convince her to go to a specialist. After a hard year, she began to talk again with the family, and now, 2 years after the event, she's almost the same person as she was before the event. It's very nice. I'm happy for her. Thank you for sharing. I see one in Cyrill letters. I cannot read that. If someone can read it out loud or translate, I would be happy to hear about it. Okay. Is there anyone else?
If you're talking about, sorry, if you're talking about this Ukrainian comment, it's
Yes.
mean that the most important it's age of children and also in this situation and also type of children.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the last one I really want to read it out loud, so just give me 1 minute more. So the boy, 4 years old, was in a situation of violence. After this, he started waking up at night, stopped talking, began afraid of dark place. For example, walking up the stairs in the house, regression to younger behavior, aggression to home animals. Yes, very common. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Okay, now I will be giving the word back to Ala. Thank you.
Thank you, Kata, and thank you everyone for sharing. This is really important to see how much we can reflect to the development age of the children and how they react and how does it fit into our the normal thing, if we could say, but it's not normal because children are different. But this will give us a little bit of indication that this child is not behaving of the same age of his age group or the things that we're expecting him to behave. So yeah, thank you very much. So let's move on to the PFA for children. I will start sharing my screen. And please, as yesterday, any comment, question, just raise your hand. Kata will be following your hands, and also put your questions into the chat so we can stop every once in a while and have comments and discussion. Thank you. Okay. Perfect. You can see my screen?
Yes.
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 Perfect. So as we say today, we will talk about what is PFA, PFA principles, and of course, we were going to conclude and have questions and answer. Before I start, I need to say that this presentation is adopted from the PS Center Psychological First Aid Module 3 and also the Psychological First Aid Training Manual for child practitioners by Save the Children Denmark. So what is psychological first aid? As most of you may know, that it's a description of a human supportive response to a fellow human being who is suffering and who may need support. So this is a general definition of PFA. Okay. PFA involves giving practical care and support that does not intrude. So we don't intrude to people's life, and we don't ask too many questions. Assessing needs and concerns. This is the basic principle we all know about the PFA. We're helping people access basic needs like food and water and security and shelter and any other basic support needed. Of course, it depends on the people request, or they identify their own needs, comforting people and helping them to feel calm, helping people connect to information, services, and social support, and protecting people from further harm. Of course, PFA is not something only professional can give. It's not professional counseling. We all know that anyone can do PFA, and you don't need to be a counselor or a professional to provide PFA. And we actually, in our normal life, we provide PFA to our family, to our friends, to our surrounding and social circles. And sometimes we don't know that we are providing a PFA. When you see a colleague at work who is in distress, and you just sit with them and listen to them and open an honest discussion and give them maybe a hug. This is a PFA, and we do it in our daily life, but we don't identify it as a PFA. However, there's some things that need to be taken into consideration when you want to consciously do a PFA, especially when you're working under the Red Crescent and Red Cross movement. It's not a clinical or psychiatric intervention, although it would be a good clinical care. It's not a psychological debriefing. So as you know, we don't ask a lot of questions. We don't tell people, tell me more, what happened. This is not type of thing. It is not type of situation that we're doing on a PFA. Of course, we don't ask people to analyze what happened to them or to put time and events in order, because as you know, it's people who has experienced trauma or experience a difficult event, they will not have the mental capacity just to put the events in order. Their brain does not process the event yet. It's not pressing people to tell their story. It's not a type of curiosity, it's a type of situation. So we don't ask to tell stories, and it's not about asking people details about how they feel or what happened. When do we provide PFA for children or a PFA? During an emergency situation or immediately after a crisis event, of course. This is our mandate. As a part of capacity building and disaster preparedness in emergency-prone areas, of course, when we prepare ourselves within our national societies to provide, to be prepared for any emergency coming, PFA training for our staff should be one of our top priorities, even if we don't have an MHPSS component in the whole national society. So we don't have an MHPSS person or an expert, but we need to integrate PFA into our activities. Like we need to, everyone, I always say anyone and everyone who interact with people need to be trained on PFA. So we need to put it in our preparedness plans and our emergency plans and train people on it. It is also when during and after crisis affecting a small group of children, and also an immediate intervention with children who have been sexually or physically abused or neglected. Okay, why PFA for children? In a crisis event, children react and think differently than adults, have specific needs according to their age. and are vulnerable to adverse effects due to their physical sizes and social and emotional attachment to caregivers. That's why it's really important to learn PFA for children. And it's also very important to know that usually children are forgotten when we put our activities, or we think about our writing our proposals or writing our concept notes. We always think about adults, how to provide things to adults. However, children are a big percentage of the population that we're serving. So you cannot just ignore them and put them aside because they're there and they have needs and they're different than adults. So one researcher study says that PFA for children, it's well received by youth, by families and providers. Someone raised their hand. Let me finish this and I can take it. And providers as well as being linked to decrease in depressive and post-traumatic stress symptoms, improve self-efficacy, increase knowledge about disaster preparedness and recovery, and enhanced feeling of safety and connection. So this study was done in 2021, which is give us a little bit of validation. But however, I felt like it's really important for us to know that our approaches of PFA, even it's evidence-based, and we can use it and say, yeah, that will enhance the mental well-being of the children, that will decrease depressive and post-traumatic stress symptoms, that will lead that these children who receive the PFA will not need an extra support or more harmful effects in the future. Yeah, who raised their hand, they can go ahead. Because I don't see the names, I'm sorry.
There's a little trouble with the Ukrainian translation. I think they are on it.
Yeah, it's working now.
So the hand raising was not a question?
I guess so. Mihai was raising his hand up.
What is the problem with translation?
Irina's mic was off. That's why she already.
Okay.
Yeah, she's back. So keep going.
Thank you. So far, no questions, right? Okay. So which children need PFA? Of course, like adults, not all children will need PFA. Some children cope very well with difficult experiences. As we discussed yesterday, children react to stressful events according to their age group, to the development stage, and of course to their cultural, socioeconomic, and a lot of things that depends on the way that they react. Okay. How children react depend on, this is what I have just said, that age, development stage, how other, especially parents and caregiver reacts. Of course, if the child see their parents are panicking, crying, and just not on their best well-being, this will definitely affect how the children react. And at the same time, if the parents were contained, emotionally regulated, and they can contain their children, this of course will positively affect the children reaction to stressful events. Of course, it depends on the event itself, like what have been happened, what they are experienced. Is it a war zone? Is it did they see dead bodies, or did they just there's no just did they lost their homes, their friends? So it depends on the event itself. And of course on the past experience such as abuse, family violence, and neglect, which will negatively, I suppose, will affect on the children reaction on stress. experiences that may affect the reactions, like loss one or more family members or friends seeing seriously injured or dead bodies. And this has happened very often in the war zone, like children were not protected from seeing horrible images and horrible actual horrible things. So that would lead to maybe more serious reactions to stress. Family members who remain missing after the event, and including when their body has not been recovered, but they are presumed dead. This is also one of the things that may affect negatively on the reaction of the children. Becoming hurt or sick because of the disaster or other event. This will also affect the experience of children, and also being unable to evacuate quickly in a life-threatening situation. So they have to stay within the life-threatening situation for a long time or extended time, which means that the frequency, sorry, the time they spend in fear and uncertainty is long. That's why it might affect their experience and their reaction to stress. They were trapped, delayed evacuation, loss of home, school, and belonging. And here I can relate to some experience I have recently seen, that there's some kids who were in active war situation. They're missing school, so they don't have any dead family members, but they're actually missing school. This one kid, he say, I want to go back to school. I want this war to end so I can see my friends and go to school. This is type of situation that kids react differently to adults. They have different needs. They have different thinking, different way to relate to things. Another story I also saw in a picture in a previous conflict, that a young lady who was holding on to her books from a destroyed home in an earthquake, and she didn't care about anything in the house except her books. She saved her books and took it with her. So this was one of the things that also stayed in my mind. Okay. Any questions, concerns? Someone wants to share something? Anything in the chat, Kata?
No, I don't see anything new.
Okay, let's move on. If I'm talking too fast, please let me know. Okay, children at high risk of strong reaction are children who are, okay, this is continuation of the previous slide, are separated from their family or caregivers, have watched love. I think this one is, have been physically hurt and feel threatened, are worried and concerned about their parents or caregivers, are giving or concerned too, are grieving or concerned too. If their parents are concerned and grieving, this will also affect the children. Feeling guilty about surviving when others is dead. This is a typical survivor emotional reaction. We can see it in adults, and also we can see it in children. There are some duplication here from the previous slide, but I hope that everything is clear so far. Children with obvious signs of distress. How we can know that this child has distress, like when I look around in a disaster? How can I know? I mean, this is actually a question to you guys. Because usually children cry, usually children panic, usually they hit the, this is a normal child.
Like shaking and
Yes.
like frozen kind of reaction.
Yes. Thank you, Solly. Shaking, yeah. I would also always start with shaking, because if I hope that you're protecting yourself from going to the media, but I try my best not to go to the media. But however, whenever I see children from surviving from a horrific situation, they are always shaking, even if it's not cold, they're shaking. So yeah, thank you for sharing that, Solly. There's Muhammad, or please go ahead.
Yes, I thank you. I think generally, if there is a general change in their pattern of behavior, whether, as you said earlier, they are normally crying, they are normally sometimes over-attached, clingy to their parents. But if there is a change in this pattern, that might give us an obvious signs for the distress.
Thank you. Which national society are you from, Muhammad?
I'm from the Icelandic Red Cross.
Yeah, okay. So you're with Solly.
Yes.
Nice. Great. So I have two hands also. Please go and as you like. Veronica, okay.
I wanted to mention also sleep disruptions. So they cannot fall asleep. Kids do not want to stay alone. They are looking for an adult. Also, I've met kids that were biting their nails a lot and was chewing the neck part of their t-shirts. So very under stress. So there were visible signs of distress for them.
Yeah. True. Thank
But
you for
also,
sharing. Yes, go ahead.
yeah, thank you too. Also, I've noticed that some of them develop some adaptive mechanism. So I've met children that started to draw a lot, or something like this. It's very, very interesting how they try to get better by themselves.
Yeah. Sometimes we underestimate children. They are very resilient. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And anyone else? Okay, so as the colleague said that anything that are more not normal or not of the things that usually this kid do, this consider maybe a reaction, and if we go to the physical symptoms, we could say shaking, headache, loss of appetite, pain all around their body, and pain around the body. This is something that you would see also, and specifically for an assault and neglect and exploitation, because they don't know how to comprehend the information and the trauma into their head, so it comes into pain. So one of the things, maybe if you are you're working with parents or with the teacher, someone is constantly having pains without any physical reason, or that you go to the doctor and there's no medical reason, this could be a sign of psychological distress and need to be deal with a professional, or someone can actually ask can work with this child. Yes, cry a lot, of course, more than normal. Panicking, also more than normal. Aggressive and try to hurt others, like hit, kick, and bite. Maybe clinging too much to the caregiver, and this is also a sign of people, of the children. They don't want to lose their caregiver, so this is their safe space, their safe person. So this is how they get their security. So they will be clinging to their caregiver. Seem confused or disoriented. You will ask them, what's your name? They cannot answer. Where's your house? They cannot answer. So this type of situation appear withdrawn or very quiet with a little or no movement. Of course, also this is a reaction that could be seen in a lot of children, and I have seen that especially in schools, children who was experienced bullying, they appear to be withdrawn and very, very quiet within school. This is one of the experiences. Of course, there's other experiences that you could relate to. of course, hide or shy away from other people. They don't want to engage. They don't want to talk. Even in children activities, if you have a children activity, you will find this particular child not really interested in talking and sitting with others or dancing or drawing or whatever. This would be also a sign of distress. Don't respond to others. Don't speak at all. This is also an alarming sign. And of course, are very, very, very scared. And yeah, this is the obvious signs of distress for children. Of course, there's others, and all depend on different things, on the age, on the developmental stage, as we said. But this could be the things that we could look at when we are providing psychological first aid to children. Any questions so far? Okay. Let's start with the action principles for PFA for children. Of course, all of us are very experienced in the look, listen, and link principles. However, we need today to take these principles and implementing them into specific age group, the children. Okay. Let's start with the look. Okay, we will check for safety, same as adults. Look for children with obvious urgent basic needs, like someone with physical injury, someone who's alone without the caregiver, a kid, I'm talking about a child, of course, a child who is having the reactions that we just saw before. So look for children with this urgent basic needs, like bleeding, panicking, crying, all of this. And look for children, parents, and caregiver with serious distress reaction. Of course, if we have a parent or a caregiver who is having a serious reaction, a serious distress reaction, that would be alarming for the child that they are having or the child that they're taking care of. If one of the case studies that included in one of the modules that I have read, it says you have a woman that she's crying over her dead son, and she's crying and panicking. However, there's another child who is sitting beside this lady, who's the other child, the other child of this woman, and who is looking and seeing all of that. Who will you prioritize? Do you prioritize the mother, or do you prioritize the child who is looking to the situation? What do you think? It's an ethical dilemma, I think, but I'm interested to hear.
I think it's best to have more than one person taking care of people, and then you can invite a volunteer to take care of the child and another to take care of the mother.
What if you're alone? Like, there's no one.
Well, then I would prioritize the child first, because the child is more vulnerable.
I will do the same, but as I said, this is an ethical dilemma, yeah.
But what about if you prioritize the mother, because the mother is also more capable of soothing her own child, but she needs to first become calm herself to do so. So I think it can also be risky if you, as someone who doesn't know the child, start consoling the child while the mom still continues crying. So I think you can't really work with the child when the mother is still upset.
Yeah, this is also another opinion, and I totally agree with it. However, I'm thinking it will need some time to ground the mother. And during this time, we need to think that this is an extended time for the other child who's seeing this tragedy or seeing this traumatic event. So a middle solution, this is also my opinion, my personal opinion, another solution, just to take the child into another situation and work with the mother directly. Like, don't let the child continue seeing this, like take him to a safe space and start talking to them, maybe take him to the safe space. Okay, I will come back to you, and start working with the mother. This is one of the solution, but there is no right, no wrong in that.
But
Anyway,
it might be more stressful for a child to be separated from the mother than seeing the mother in distress. So I think I wouldn't separate the child from the mother, even though she's in distress. It could cause even more stress for the child, I think. Especially if the stranger comes to the child and takes the child to another place. It sounds terrifying.
It is. Yeah, I said this is my opinion. I don't know. Maybe you're right. So, in my thinking, it's a child best interest, and it's sometimes if the mother or the caregiver does not really have the capacity to take care of their child, we as a health professional or a MHPSS professional, we need to take that responsibility, because not always you can take permission from the family to deal with the children, especially in an emergency situation. Anyway, I totally agree with you, Veronica. Is it Veronica, right?
My name is Monica.
Monica, I'm Monica, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Monica, you're from Lithuania, right? Lithuania Red Cross?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, good. Thank you for the insights. Yeah, that's really good. So moving on. Listen. So listen is an approach approach children and parents or caregivers who may need support. Ask about children and parents or caregivers' needs and concerns, and listen to children and their parents or caregivers and help them feel calm. Of course, we will talk more about the listen part. We will talk. We will give more information about the techniques to use with the children, and also what are some concerns to take into consideration to work with children. Moving to link. Link is really important with children, because the most important thing always just to link the child with their caregivers, to link them with their families, because they are, as I said, the sense of belonging, the sense of security, the sense of safety. So help children and their families to help children to be united to their family, and then help children and their families to address basic needs and access services. This is really important. Help children and their families to cope with problems, and of course provide accurate, updated information. This is also very, very important in a time of emergency. Connect children and their families with each other and with social support, because this is also will help them to build their social cohesion and to start supporting each other as a group. So this is really important. But before all of that, link children with their families, with their caregivers. This is the most important thing. Any questions so far? Comments? Okay. Approaching children and families. Like when we start talking with children, or when we approach a child, especially a small child, there is some practical things that we need to take into consideration, and we need to apply. Some of them are really obvious and common that we need to do, but sometimes we need to tell people this, even if you see it like, oh, this is common sense. But when you started to work with volunteers or training volunteers, training healthcare professionals, you're training school teachers, not all of them know the basics of interaction with children. So I would not assume that everyone knows how to deal with children. So when you start working with children or dealing with children, you need to be at their level. Like you need to sit down at their level. If this would mean maybe you need to sit, you need to squat, you need to sit beside them on the floor. So you need to be at their level. Don't take them to your level. No, go down to their level. If appropriate in your culture or in any culture, touch the child gently on the hand or shoulder while you are talking. I know that this is maybe a little bit tricky in this type of region, so this is need to be dealt very, very carefully. So just tell them if it is appropriate. If it's not, because sometimes the volunteers are part of the community, so they can be to this level of interaction with children. Like school teachers and all, they can have this type of interaction. Others, they don't. So deal with this with very carefully and tell them that they need always, always, always to ask permission and consider cultural differences. We need also to attend basic needs. Like when I say basic needs, it means food, security, connecting with family. So there's a lot of basic needs, but of course the basic needs should be identified by either the child or the caregiver themselves. Introduce yourself, explain who you are and what you do and why you're here. This is really important. Some of them are volunteers, they're part of the community, so they think, oh, I don't need to introduce myself. They know me already. No, they know you as Mike, who is working as a teacher. They doesn't know that you are a volunteer. You're a Red Cross volunteer. And now you're wearing the hat of Red Cross, and now you're providing psychological first aid. So this need to be explicit. You need to tell them, okay, you know my name, I'm Mike. However, now I'm in type of a diversity or a type of any problem in the community. My job is to talk to you and to help you. So this need to be explained, this need to be said, because the child will feel a little bit confused. And of course, when we started to say psychological, always we need to use that word in caution. Any comments? I just need to take a brief. Any comment? Question?
Maybe Ala, you could explain this, why we need to be cautious of this word psychological. I'm not sure that everyone is familiar with this.
Yeah, actually, it's more of it's two way. Either not to tell the people, okay, I'm a psychologist and I will give you therapy now and I will help you, so they will open up and start talking about the traumas and all the experience that they're having. This is one. And the second one is, of course, a stigma, because this will may trigger, oh no, I don't need you now. This is not my first interaction. So Monica, please go ahead. This is not what I need now. So it's have a different alarming in the head. So I always use it with caution. Just don't say, oh, I'm come here to provide you psychological first aid. I would not say that, especially to children. They will not understand. Monica, please go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I just would add that it's also like, because psychological first aid is about basic human support. So you can just use the word, I'm here to support you. And I think the same for kids and adults. Like, it's just sounds more simple, and it's also the core of it. So I think it's more understandable, and yeah, and it's actually, in essence, it's humane support for the person in distress. So that's how we can also say it.
Yeah, perfect. Yes. Any other comments?
I'm so sorry. I don't know why, but I cannot raise the hand. But I want to share that for me, it's look like also working with stereotype. For example, in Ukraine, I observe a lot that if you say that you are psychologist, everybody say, I don't need psychologist. I'm not sick. Everything okay with me. And the same can be with children also, especially if parents of this child don't really like support, believe in psychological support. So for me, it's really useful. Maybe sometimes tell that I can support you, I will do this or that, but not tell that I'm psychologist, I will do something with you.
Perfect. So I'd assume that you are from the Ukrainian Red Cross.
No, previously I worked in Ukrainian Red Cross, but now I'm in IOM. But it's topic interesting for me, so I joined.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Good communication with children in distress. We need to help children to feel calm, and we can help them to feel calm if we are calm, like we have this calm tone with appropriate tone with the children. We need to speak softly and calmly, of course. Sit next to them, as we said, so you are at the same level. Maintain eye contact if it is appropriate. In some culture, it's not, but I'm not sure about this region, or how is it? Because it also depends on gender dynamic, on the age, and it depends on a lot of things. But what I know that from Sudan, that it's considered impolite just to look to the people to the eye. So you need to, especially if you're a young child and you're talking to an adult. So this is one of the cultural differences. Any experience on the cultural differences for the eye contact? I know they're a very diverse group here. Okay. Experience from Ukraine, is it how the community would see a direct eye contact? I think it's considered polite or something good, like it's a positive thing, just look people to the eye, into their eyes.
From my side, I can say yes. And sometimes if you don't have eye contact, somebody will say like, why you don't look to me? And sometimes in some of regions, it's even can be not so good if you don't have it. So it's usual.
Okay, thank you. That's really nice. Good to know. And we also need to notice non-distressing things in the environment. And also we need to breathe calmly. Like I'm not doing that right now because I don't know, I'm breathing very shallow. Like I need to take a deep breath. Okay. Any question on this slide before we go to the next one? Okay.
There is one question in the chat section. Can you explain about non-distressing things?
Yeah, that means that you need to look for the things around you, and this could be used, by the way, in grounding and to shift or distract them from the current situation. And this will be used in the techniques, in one of the techniques that we will learn. You need to focus on the things that are not distressing in the environment and use them into your conversation. I hope I answered your question. In Zoom, you cannot see any interactions, like thumbs up. This is, you cannot see, right?
Actually, there are reactions.
Really? Okay.
Like this.
Yeah, because in Teams, you can see it in the screen. Here, you cannot.
But can you see now what I'm doing?
No, I can't.
Oh, I see. Yulia also made some.
Okay,
reaction.
thank you.
Sorry.
I need some validation.
Allah, for you to see this, you need to have the list of participants. Zoom, it comes on top of the participants, not popping up like Teams. But
Oh, yeah.
we have good reactions.
Thank you, Basilia.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So let's go back to the conversation and the initial conversation with children. Before we interact with children, we need to seek information about the situation. This is something very typical to when you're working with the emergency situation, and also if you're trained on the PFA for adults, you need to seek information about the situation, and this is really important. You need to be gentle and do not prop, like don't investigate, don't ask too many questions, and don't challenge the child, like, are you sure? Do you think this is, even if they say something that it's not really understandable or not believable, just don't challenge them. As I say, we need to speak slowly and calmly. We need to listen carefully and stay focused, especially with children, because children lose interest very quickly. So if you engaged with a child and you started the conversation, you need to continue this focus. Otherwise, you will lose the child like this, because even if you just look to the other direction, they will notice and they will lose the interest. This is really important, and to be honest, I am guilty of that, because when I talk with my child and I just look to my screen for 1 second, he will stop talking and he will stop communicating with me. So this is one of the things that I learned in a hard way. And we need to teach that to the people who's interacting with children all the time. So very focused. Be respectful and compassionate, of course, and meet the family with trust. Like, you need to gain their trust. You need to ask for permission all the time. You need to introduce yourself. You need always to engage the families in your interaction with children. If they are there, they're available. Any questions so far? Okay. As we said, ask for permission from parents or caregiver before speaking at length with children. When does this rule does not apply? What do you think?
Maybe when they are displaced, or
okay. Displaced, you mean
I mean
the whole family displaced?
Separated from each other?
Yeah, when they're separated.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Solly. Yeah.
Or when parents are in such high distress that they cannot take care of themselves or a child anymore, like in total panic or collapse, I don't know.
Exactly, yes. Okay. We need to also, in our initial conversation with children, we need to be patient. Of course, dealing with child, it's different than dealing with adults. So we need to have a lot of patience, and we need to accept and support emotions. As an MHPSS person, you will understand that. However, if we're training volunteers and healthcare and school teachers who have different priorities into their mind, because the school teacher, maybe they're very good in understanding the theoretical, mathematical, whatever topics. However, they would be very hard for them to understand the emotional response and why this child is dealing this way. So this need to be sensitized. This need to be normalized. So I believe that, like, PFA for children, if it's going to happen in schools and we're going to train teachers, we need to spend a lot of time into the different age responses or the different age development responses that we have discussed yesterday, the one that Kata has explained to us yesterday. I think this is really important because they will help them to understand the different reactions of kids and what is the normal reaction, what's the reaction that could be expected in this time, in this age category, and how we can deal with it. This is something that we can also teach them in PFA. So PFA for children need to include the first part from yesterday, which is the age group. Of course, offer hope. I always struggle to understand what do you mean by offer hope. How can I offer hope? But at least be positive, be optimistic, be hopeful by yourself, and maybe this will pass to the person that you're talking with. Unless someone else have, Solly. You
Sorry,
have
I feel
comments,
like
you have to offer hope.
Yeah, I'm talking maybe too much, but I want maybe to give one example that we did, or one idea that we did recently in Iceland when we are initiating a conversation with children. And so this is in a room with a lot of people, and there's a lot of things going on. But if we have stuff for the kids to do in front of them, like drawing or making like bead necklace or something, so for their hands to be first occupied is somehow very good for the conversation. Do you know what I mean? So as the initial conversation is quite good for them to have something to do with their hands. And we also have a lot of toys and stuff like that. So for the children, we found in our experience that to have something for hands to do, and then they are more open to start talking.
Nice. Yeah, this is interesting actually, Solly, because usually kids, if they have something into their hands, they will be distracted. However, there's the technique that we were going to talk about, which is called triangulation, but I'm not sure if this falls under it, because you could use that the thing that they're playing with to communicate with the children. Maybe this is one way, and if they have ADHD, which is, I think, some of the kids with ADHD, that they cannot just stand still, they cannot just focus with you, they need to have something to play with while talking to others. But yeah, that's an interesting observation. Thank you, Solon. Any other observation or other comments? Okay. Okay, what are the good communication tips to work with children in distress? And this would not be a new thing. Be patient, build trust, can take time, practice active listening. And active listening, of course, will include paying attention, show you are listening, encourage the child to talk, and respond without judging. And most of us already took a lot of trainings in active listening and how we can do it. And it's not different when you do active listening to adults than the children. It's actually a lot of similarities between interaction with adult and child. So you need to listen, rephrase, ask questions, and summarize. So most of the techniques that we use for adults on active listening could be used with children. However, that we will have some other techniques that I will talk about. How we're doing in time?
You're doing very well. We have like 50 more minutes.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, active listening. As I said, we need to practice the active listening as we practice it with adults. We need to validate the child. We need to be positive. We need to enhance mutual understanding. Like, you understand me, I understand you. Can you repeat what I just said, told you? Can you tell me did you understand? We need to reduce stress and tension. And this is one of the things that related to the non-distressing things, like if I'm talking to a child near a car crash, I need to observe a non-distressing situation. I need to take the child away, not only for safety, also it's not the non-distressing situation. Like inside the ambulance, I can close the door, I can talk to the child, that they don't have to see what's happening, that people is cutting the car and taking whatever. So just reduce the stress and tension. We need to encourage problem solving, like asking the child, what would you do in this situation? How you can solve it? Did you have it before? How did you manage? What do you think? What do you think your parents would do in this situation? So encourage always problem solving like adults, because children really like to be engaged and participating. And if you ask for their opinion, they will feel like kings and queens, and they will shine, and this will boost their self-esteem, improve feelings of safety and hope. And this is the same how we can improve feelings of safety. Yes, hope. I hope so. Any questions or comments before I move to the next slide? Okay. Elements of the active listening, like attentive focus. Of course, as we say, you need to give the child all your focus. We need to do the rephrasing. We need to do the encouragement to talk. We need to do question, not questioning, like asking questions and clarification. And of course, summarizing. This would be the elements that an active listening. And people who's working in MHPSS, who's a psychologist or social workers or working for a long time, it's actually in our system. And this is something interesting that I always trying to pay attention to. Like, we are using active listening in our daily life without noticing. Like, it's like in our genes now. However, we assume that everyone like us, which is not. And you could see that people always ask, how do you connect with people so often? Say, oh, this is my job, to connect with people. So, but it's not something that happened naturally. No, it's learned. So when we train first line respondents, when we train healthcare workers, when we train school teachers, we need to give a lot of time and effort and to teach them about active listening, giving role plays, spend a decent amount of time and to teach them how to do rephrasing, how to do questions, how to clarify, how to summarize, because it's not something easy to do and it's need a lot of practice. And if they learn how to do an active listening, that would be the perfect scenario. And actually, I think it's 90% of the BFA. Sorry, it's just my opinion. Don't take it. Okay. Any comments? One of the things that's really important is not to talk too much, just listen and block out any distraction, like look for non-distressing situation, do not interrupt, be aware of your own body language, and recognize and control your own listening barriers and emotional triggers. And this is really important. And when we're trying to train, as I said, all of the people that we need to train, we need to, before they start working with children, they need to understand their own barriers. They need to understand their own emotional triggers, because they need to be aware of it. And if something happened within the conversation, so they can at least regulate themselves and try to give a support to the children. I hope it's clear. Okay, I'm moving on. Paraphrasing, we repeat keywords, mirror what was said, describe rather interrupt, and be aware of nonverbal contradiction. And this is also very important, because if the child say that yeah, I'm happy, I'm okay, I'm fine, but they're not, and it's obviously that this child is neglected, is having no shoes and very dirty clothes, and so you can see that that this child is not okay. As I said before, when we train, when we provide the PFH training for children, we need to spend more time into going into this techniques. Of course, because we're doing now an online training, the perfect scenario would be that we do all this interactive role plays just to enhance our active listening skills. However, you will have more opportunity for you when you train, when you provide the PFA for children training, that you will have more liberty to provide role plays and activities and exercises. And as we said before, that we will share with you a lot of handout, a lot of materials that, of course, the manuals that you could use to develop your training. And of course, you can use these presentations. Okay, let's talk about encouragement, like convey warmth and positive feeling, and verbal and nonverbal encouragement. Can someone tell me what's the verbal and nonverbal encouragement? Verbal is it's easy, but nonverbal.
As it could be by by using your hands, by using the eye contact, by nodding the head. You know, there are different nonverbal encouragement that we can use.
Yeah, I'm not a child, but when someone gives me a thumbs up, I will feel encouraged, like right? Yeah,
Right.
so it's yeah. A lot of high fives, thumbs up, nodding. So we need to use that, because as an adult, sometimes we forget to use the nonverbal encouragement. Okay, perfect. Questioning and clarifying using open-ended questions like, where were you when it happened? What was the time? Something like this, but I would not go for where is the time though, so just ignore that. It will be more not a yes or no question, and maybe who, why, where, and something like that, and when. Explore topics that are relevant to the child perspective and experience. So it's like, if children in school age, we can always talk about school. If they go to the kindergarten, we can always talk about playing and friends. And so we need to relate to them. And of course, we need to avoid any investigation, any propping, any curiosity that will not help the child, rather than helping our own curiosity and asking questions. Okay, any comments? Of course, summarizing, it is something used with adults, and of course should be used with children. We need to reflect on what the child has been saying through the conversation, and we need to tell them, so this is what you told me, 1, 2, 3, 4. So identify and reflect key important points and messages that the child has raised, and tell them tell to them not because they're a child that we don't use summarizing. No, we use it, and actually children really appreciate somebody who acknowledges them as adults, and not an adult, like acknowledge them like someone who understands and give them more the information, and try to treat them like you treat an adult. This is the right way to say it. I pause for a few seconds just to see if someone wants to say something, but Andrea, yes, please.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Super. I wanted to mention something that I found very important from my practice. As I said, I'm a pediatrician and I also a PFA trainer, and we are working with children from Ukraine. And of course, I don't speak Ukrainian. And usually some of our colleagues from Ukraine who speaks Ukrainian and English help us with the translation. And sometimes I'm asking what the children says, like nothing, like childish things. And I think it's very important to mention that we have to be very careful of what the child is saying, because it can help us a lot not to enter in this what did he tell, or nothing important, because for us as helpers it can be very useful.
Yes, that's totally wrong. And I struggle also with the translator, the same in many situations. Yeah. I remember we had group sessions for Syrian kids, and we need to translate into English because we have one visitor or whatever observer, or and it was really difficult. Like, it's a group session, it's kids, because kids will interrupt each other, kids will talk nonsense. Sometimes they will say something is not relevant within the group session, so it's not the ideal way, but however we're trying to help. So the lesson learned from this, that if you don't have a native speaker for a group sessions, that's not ideal, or it's not really the right way to go. And also we need to take into consideration that the translator give us the full information, like not only summarizing by themselves or give you the gist or what they understood. No, they need to literally translate. And then I have one slide also for translator, because also it's a struggle, and it's also a challenge to use a translator with working with children, because child will go from one topic to another without focusing, and for the translation to feel or sounds nonsense. Thank you for sharing that. Any other comments? Yeah, it's here. So select someone you trust, explain how you would like to communicate, ensure that the translator is aware of his own role. So aware of the role, that means that they will not summarize, they will not put their own words into this. So literally translating, and do not criticize, but double check. And so if you hear something that does not make sense, you need to re-ask the translator. Oh, you said this. Can you ask to repeat, or can you again translate that again to me? So you need to double check and be aware of gender issues. Of course, this cross-cutting issue all the time. Any experiences with the translators, especially that we're working with Ukrainian children, and we're the ideal situation that we have Ukrainian MHPSS providers, but however, this is not the case. So we use translators. So any experiences? Okay, I would assume. Oh, Andrea.
I see a hand.
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
so sorry. So we are working a lot of translators, and at the beginning was very hard because the translators are not professional translators, and they are doing their best to communicate us what our beneficiaries are saying, but still we didn't made like a common agreement of how we should work together, and it's not the to say to us the general impression of the beneficiary and to say exactly word by word of what they are saying, because I have to go through my filter of
Yeah.
thinking and know theirs. So it was we worked very good after we put all this in place and we agreed how to work together.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So language is a challenge, of course.
Sorry,
Yeah. Yes,
I
please.
cannot raise the hand by the app, so just I put the camera. When we are talking about translation with kids, we have to choose the group age that we are talking with, especially with the child. If we are talking about like 10 to 18 years old, that they are also considered kids, it's good to use a translator. But when we are talking with kids younger age, that we say like uh, under 6 years old or under 9, 10 years old, it's not recommended to be with a translator. I'm talking by experience. I have 16 years of experience working with kids in Syria. Now I'm working here at the Red Cross of Iceland, Icelandic Red Cross. So if we are talking about translator, it's not recommendable with kids in the early age. They need someone with the mother tongue to talk to them and express themselves properly. It has to be a very close relation. I mean, like the kid has to be has to feel that he's safe in a safe environment so he can express himself properly. Thank you.
Perfect. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Sausan, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, using a translator is something that we need to take into consideration how to use it. We need to sensitize our translators. We need to also train them on the same topic that we are talking about. We need to include them. This is part of the mainstreaming that the MHPSS should do across sectors. And also when we use a translator or interpreter, this need to be taken into consideration, because I usually ask when I use any interpretation, even if it is a high level event or as a training, that I need to sensitize the translators or interpreters about the jargons that I'm going to use, because what feels to me that very normal, like saying MHPSS, it might be a new concept to another person. So you need to sensitize, you need to sit with them, to need to give them a lot of information before you start working with them along with beneficiaries. And I would not say not to use translators or interpreters when we're working with younger children. However, we try to find as much as possible someone who speaks the native language or the language of the children. This will enhance the connection. This will enhance more communication and validation of the kids. So this is why we think it's really important just to pass the knowledge into the people who already speak the language of our target beneficiaries. So when you start to select your trainees for the PFA for children, I would recommend going for someone who speaks the language of the target population. Okay. Culturally sensitive communication with children. This is something we already discussed it. Throughout the presentation. However, it's very important just to go through them one by one. We need to, of course, respect diversity and diverse cultural backgrounds and any differences that we can see from from the beneficiary that we're working with. We need to accept it. Of course, language consideration, we have been talking about this, be inclusive with a clear language. Of course, when we do MHPSS interventions, we need to have the tools, and the tools should be within the language of the target beneficiaries, and not only the language, also the pictures. When we use animation and when we use any picture, it needs to be inclusive. So this is one of the things that need to be taking into consideration. Nonverbal awareness. Of course, we need to be mindful of cultural differences in gesture and body language. This is also depends on different cultures, because I was told that many face expressions means different things in different cultures. So in my cultures, this means no. In African culture, this means yes. So I was totally confused. Basilio, correct me. This is mean yes in your culture, right? Raising your eyebrows up. Also, this have a different meaning. This have a different meaning. This has a different meaning. So we need to be aware of all the facial expressions and other body language expressions. Also, cultural symbols, culturally relevant visuals, as I say, like pictures and other tools. We need to look for family and community dynamic. We need to recognize the influence of family and community on a child's life. This is considered being culturally sensitive. Of course, we need to respect the religious beliefs and practices without assumptions and judgments. We need to be adaptable for different cultural contexts. When I mean adaptable, like if they have a specific holidays, that we need to respect that. And if Sunday it's no go for doing any activities, we need to respect that. So we always need to ask. We need to participate. We need participation from the community. We need participation from the kids. We ask them, what do you prefer? What do you think? How are we going to do that? We're going to build an MHPSS intervention for children, do a focus group discussion with children, not with the adults, with children, and ask them, do you like to do this or do you like to do this? So a lot of things could be done when a participation approach is taken into account. Safety and disclosure. Of course, we need to create a culturally safe space for children to share experiences. And I'm admitting people now. Ongoing learning, like, of course, we need to educate ourselves. And now getting information is the easiest way that have been ever since I don't know since when, but it's really easy to get information via different tools and AI platforms. So a lot of things that that could be used to get information. Any question, comment so far? Be aware of this time.
Yes, it's 3:30, so we have like 50 more minutes until the conclusion and Q&A.
Okay, perfect. So this is also a slide that we already talked about, so I would not go through them one by one, but I would start with the techniques. So there's a lot of techniques could be used when you're communicating with children. However, we didn't have the chance to go through all of them, but some of them that could be used, maybe three. I think I only used three examples, but I will share with you. I think it was six, and in the document, yeah, six. So I will share with you all the handout with all the techniques that you can use. So the initial contact, when we talked about this, but however, this is really important. That's why I put it there, because we need to say name, who are you working for, why are you there, always begin by explaining who you are and what you're doing. Speak softly, slowly and calmly. Try to sit down next to the person or crouch down to talk to the parent or the child, so you are the same level. This is a repetition, I know, but this is really important, that information that we can take and pass into the people that we are going to train on PFA for children. If it is appropriate in the culture, maintain eye physical contact, such as holding the parent's or child's hands, or having your arm around the person or in his or her shoulder, even if the child know who you are. This does not mean that they know your role responsibilities in a particular situation. As we said, you might be a teacher, however, not a teacher, you might be working in a grocery store, and in a terms of adversity or a particular situation, you will wear the Red Cross vest and go to help people and provide psychological first aid. So you need to reintroduce yourself and tell them what they are and what you are doing. For example, when a difficult experience like this happened, my role talked with children in the camps to see if there is anyone who would like to share their thoughts. So this would be an example of how the people could introduce themselves to the children on the initial contact. Technique number 2, which is how to gain information, and of course we will use open-ended clarifying question, which is usually not yes or no question, but this is why, when, where, what, and who. Children are encouraged to tell their stories in their own terms and from their own perspective. Example: where were you when it happened? Or how come that you did not eat anything today? Example for clarification questions: I am interested in hearing more about this. Can you give me your thoughts? Or are you saying this and this and this? Do you mean this and this and this? So using these open questions can help you build the relationship with the child and start the conversation, and maybe identify their need faster. They can clarify what happened and give you information about their feelings and thoughts. When facilitating a psychosocial group activities with children, open question encourages active participation among children, creative thinking, and problem solving. Any question? This is mainly something very, very obvious, but I thought maybe this is very practical, that could be used in the training. Or if you are already the one who is already providing PFA for children.
I see a question in the chat section.
Yeah.
How should be the tone of our voice? Be joyful or more calm and quiet? It might differ with the age of the child. In general, not in the specific situation.
This is a question and you answered, or this is the whole question?
This is the question.
Oh, because I felt like the question answered itself. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it depends. I would not go for joyful, especially if it is a crisis situation. However, giving more hope, be positive rather than negative, but calm, that will calm the person in front of you. Like use your calm, soft voice, and of course you can assess the situation. If someone is really agitated and very having a strong emotions, and you started to talk with them slowly and calmly, you will definitely give that to them and they will start to be more calm. I hope that I answered the question, but the one who answered the question already have the answer.
Thank you. And I see another question. If you're not an MHPSS expert, how do you determine when the child needs more help than you can offer when you provide PFA? Maybe
That's
this
a
is a
perfect
question
question.
for the Q&A.
Yes. Yeah, we have we will talk about this, but this is an excellent question, so thank you. Okay. Okay, let's talk about stabilization, and this is also related to the question was asked. Use calm, low, comforting voice, non-threatening body language. Also help other techniques are also other techniques are also helpful. One of them is called the grounding. First, the grounding it's a very famous technique, and the grounding could be done with children as we do it for the adults. So it's the same technique and the same thing that we could use. We could distract the child of the non-distressing things happening around them in the environment, and we can tell them, okay, can you see the clouds in the sky? Oh, it's it's very weird that today it's sunny, and although we are in middle of January, so this could be something distracting and a little bit grounding, because I am relating to something happening now, and shifting the attention from the emotional from the strong emotion that it might be happening within the child. The second point here, I already talked about it. If they look disoriented or they look panicking, we could use distraction. I sometimes just give them something in their hand, as Soli said, like give them something in their hand to play with. If someone is in a severe injury and you suddenly tell them, "Oh, what is this? This is a pen." They will be distracted from the severe injury, from the injury, not the severe injury, from the injury. They will be a little bit just. They will shift their attention. They will calm themselves down a little bit. I'm not sure if this will help, but this is one of the techniques that we could do. Is it you, Kata? Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I would just like to share a grounding technique, which is very similar to this one. It is called 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 technique. We have to look for 5 things, 5 different colors maybe, and name them. Then we have to name 4 different things that we hear. If there's silence, it can be our own blood pressure, which we can hear if we press our ear or something like that. Then we have to look for 3 different things that we can touch, we can feel. Maybe it could be the sweater on my skin, and then 2 things that we can smell with our noses, and then with our eyes closed, 1 thing that we can taste. And this is I've used it many times, and this works very well with little children, because this grounds them and makes them more mindful of what is happening right now and calms them. So I just recommend this for you to use it.
Perfect. Thank you, Kata. Any other grounding techniques that people wants to share and with the group? Okay. Another thing that we could use as grounding is focus on the breathing and encourage breathing deeply and slowly. So focus on your own body. This is also used as part of for grounding. We also, if a child reacts negatively, for example, they are aggressive, they started to hit people or smash things or having a strong emotional reaction, we would need to validate their emotions. We would need to encourage them to cope with their emotion. However, we need to tell them that this type of behavior, this type of anger will not help, and will not and acting out these feelings will maybe escalate the situation. So we need to de-escalate a potential conflict by saying, is it okay? It's okay to be angry, But please do not hit others when you are angry. When you are angry, I am here to take care of you and to keep you and your friends safe. So this is one phrase that could be used with children who's having an aggressive behavior. Okay. Moving on to the fourth technique, which is triangulation. So sometimes children, especially young children, feel a little bit intimidating and scary and scared to talk to strangers. So you will try to engage with them in a conversation, but they will not talk directly to you. But they will talk to their mothers, and they will not talk with you. So one of the techniques that could be used, that you talk to the child through a person or through a toy or other object. And this is one of the things that we were talking about, like we use a photo, we use a whatever character in a book. So this triangulation technique could be part of the conversation, but we need to know that we need to keep the focus on the child, like not to distract the conversation. If we start to talk with the parents, like talking about the needs of the parents, but we need to keep it within the child. This would mean you should still relate primarily to the child to make him or her feel that you are focusing on them. For example, if we ask a child how old he or she, but they remain silent, you could say, "Can I ask mom about it?" And if the child nod yes, then you can ask the mother. Confirm that you still are focusing on the child, and then get back to them. Oh, so you're 5. So this is how you interact with people, how you interact with children who's a little bit shy. Sometimes this triangulation work, and even the shyest children usually start talking if he or she feels safe and secure and a little bit distracted about their emotion. If they are not with their caregiver, so there's no mom and dad that are there, we can use a toy and a puppet, anything that that the child you see clinging to, and this would mean using that as a way of communication with children. So one of the examples would say, your teddy bear looks tired. He must have walked a long way today. Maybe he would like some water. Would you like some water as well? This would be one of the techniques, of course, for younger children.
Ala, you have 3 more minutes for this section.
Okay, thank you, Farah. I think I'm almost done. Supportive communication, this is also one of the techniques, but maybe it could be used with younger and adult children. Which means that to be positive and to use positive rephrasing, like you're good in a lot of things. I can see you have done your best. And we do not use negative rephrasing, like you are not good in this and you're always failing in this. Give clear and positive instructions. This could be used by people who work directly with the children, like a caregiver, like a teacher, maybe a healthcare professional, and a volunteer who's engaged in a school activity or in extracurricular activities. So this could be one of the tips that could be used, like do's and don'ts. So I put it there because I think it's very important to give these tools to implementers. So the link part, of course, the link part is, as we say, the same as adult, is identifying the most immediate needs and address them, provide accurate information, and of course, link to service providers. Look for specific services that are for children. We need to connect them with their families and with each other, with the families to each other. We need to provide accurate information, of course, and help children and their families to access support and services. As adults, children, not all children will need MHPSS support, but they will recover faster if they are reunited with their parents and caregivers, if they have their own basic needs met, if they feel safe and out of danger, and if they receive support like psychological first aid for children. This is the answer of one of the questions. Who are the children who may need extra help? We would say someone or a child who remain very distressed, like the emotional reaction continues for a long time, maintain dramatic changes in personalities and behavior. So we can see that there is changes and big changes, like social withdrawal, loss of appetite, disturbed sleep. There's a lot of things changed. Cannot function into their daily life, and function for children, it means playing, going to school, and doing their interaction with friends. So this is what we mean by function to children. Feel threatened, always scared and not feeling safe, and of course at risk of doing harm to themselves or other. If a child is severely distressed, avoid leaving them alone. Stay with the child until the action are passed or until you can get help from others. This is really important message that should be passed to the people who is working with children. This is one of the tips that could be given to the parents and how they can deal with their children. And a lot of national societies, I know that they're preparing activities for in the schools, and of course activities for children. So this could be helpful in parents sessions and psychoeducation. So these tips could be given to the caregivers. If I have time, I can go through them. If I don't, I cannot. What do you think? Do you want me to go through them? They're very basic.
Maybe 3 more minutes than 10 minutes to the questions.
Oh, that's fine. I know that the last 15 minutes are set for questions and answer, because we're already taking questions and answers during the way. But I'm just including the participants. Do you think this is very clear and we can just move on to the next slide?
I think that yesterday there were not that many questions, so keeping that in mind, please pace yourself, Anna. So I don't think there will be many questions at the end.
Thank you. So what are the things that we could give to the parents and which we can tell them how to deal with their kids? It's very important to reestablish the daily routine for children, like preparing meals, going to school, doing daily chores. Returning to the daily routine is one of the things that help children to recover very quickly. And we always say to the parents, don't introduce new things or new changes in their lives, no new restriction after a traumatic event. Like leave them for another time. So if you want to teach your child, I don't know, what are the things like maybe changing the sleeping time from 8 to 7 or from 9 to 7 to 8. This is not the time for it. Leave it for another time. If you want to teach them how to be responsible and doing new things at home, also this is not the time. Leave it for another time. Make sure that the children are well rested and sleep well. Allow your children to engage in activities like drawing and encourage them to play with other children. This is really important, especially for people who's migrated from one country to another. This would be a little bit challenging because they left their family, they left their social interactions or social networks. So they need the families or the parents or the caregivers are encouraged to build new social connections and maybe go to the playground and meet other people, so the children can still feel that there is a place to engage with activities. Try to maintain contact with family and friends. It can support and comfort your child. Also, it's important for many children. It's important for I think all the children, not many children, to have a more physical contact, like hugs and cuddling, which is actually very, very important for their cerebral development and their emotional development, and cognitive development as well. Don't leave young children alone or with people that the child does not know as well, because in a changing, life-changing situation, sometimes we tend to trust people that we don't know that much. So be careful. We need to tell the parents to be careful about that. Talk about your feelings in an appropriate way, in an appropriate way, and allow your children to talk about theirs. So tell them, I am overwhelmed. I'm sad because I left my country. But at the same time, don't expose them to a lot of news and my friend died, or putting the news channels all the time. This is something very important, and we need to eliminate that, and we need to limit our time of watching the news. Lovely. Yes, you're here, Lovely. I did not know. Please go ahead. Is it by mistake, or you change your mind?
It's not by mistake. I was muted.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the great presentation. Just very quickly, when you spoke about advice to parents and hugs and all that, which is really very important. It makes a really huge difference. I think what we must also be aware of is that some children who are on the autism spectrum, that doesn't work for them. It really irritates them. It really makes them worse. Even the type of clothing that they need to wear. For some, they don't want to wear anything else. So I just thought to mention it for us to be aware that it doesn't work for all children. And it can be just even a small aspect of the autism spectrum, but I think we just need to be aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lala. That's perfect. Thank you. Any other comment? Okay, so the last 2 points in this slide is protect against disturbing reminders, like what we say, like news and all of that. And as a parent and a caregiver, you are the most important. They need to know that they are the most important people in the children's life. This is the few tips that could be given to the parents and could help some building some activities. Okay. There's this nice poster from the PS Center, is how to talk with children about war. This also could be used as a handout. I think we have it in Ukrainian, so I will also share it with the handout. So it's helpful. I like a tool that you can use within your activities. This is also one of the things that we already talked about. And who do you refer children to if a child is in severe distress, or he or she should be linked to a professional support. And you need to know what are the available resources in your area. This is really important. And I always say that MHPSS practitioners need to know the available services around them. So a small mapping, it's one of the most important thing that could be done before we start our MHPSS interventions. And because when you're providing PFA and you don't know the services, you're missing the link part. So familiarize yourself about the services around you. Sometimes the information it's available. It's not really hard to get, and how to do the referral should be also identified either by the national society or by the organization that you are working with, like school or not health centers. So there should be a referral mechanism. It could be very simple, like we know that where's the professional help and we know the address and we can give it to the parents. But just this thing need to be addressed when you're providing the PFA for children. I cannot see the address. MashaAllah. This is, I think, it's children at risk. And who are the children that need more extra support, or what are the alarming signs? And I think this is also was one of the questions from you. If the child is at risk of harming himself, herself, or others, this is also this is very important. If the child expresses suicidal thoughts, if the child shows extreme resistance, withdrawal, with no emotional response, and the child expression seems flat with no negative or positive expression. Okay. If the child is persistently whining and uncontrolled crying over time, this need a professional support. This need extra attention. If the child is dissociative, if the child is detached from surrounding and fails to engage emotionally, if the child is experiencing hallucination, like hearing voices, hearing voices or seeing people that they are not there. So either auditory or visual hallucination, this is something, of course, we need to refer. If the child is experiencing resistance, anxiety attacks or panic attacks, if the child is showing signs of mental disability, like they cannot perform well in the school, they don't understand the language, they don't have an interest and ability or capability of doing social interaction. This is the signs, the alarming signs that we need to take care. So before we go to homework, any questions, or we only have 3 minutes. Questions,
I see some
concerns?
questions in the chat section.
Mm-hmm.
Dear organizers and Allah, I think it's more a practical question. Thank you for the useful event. Will we receive the link and info only today? Is it possible to watch recording part 1 and 2 and 3 also? And are there any certificates of completion provided for the participants?
Certificates, I need to discuss it internally first, but I don't see any problem with that. However, it needs to be discussed. The first question is about the material. You want us to share material.
Yes,
right?
I think so.
Because we will. All the materials will be shared with the handout and the manuals that we use to create these presentations. Sorry, I need to let my son in. He's on the door. 1 second.
Yeah, meanwhile, maybe I can remind all the participants that we are holding this PFA in Zoom platform. We had to switch to Zoom because of interpretation option. So make sure that you're joining Zoom, not the Teams meeting. And tomorrow I also will share with the link to the third session. But in initial email, I have shared it with you already. But just in case, I will share it tomorrow as well. Kata, Ala wanted to say something to finalize it. Yeah.
Sorry, I did not get the last part, but however, I will go to the homework part for tomorrow. So for tomorrow, we will prepare please prepare a short description of MHPSS activities for children, because tomorrow will be more of a practical application of how to use the PFA into building an MHPSS activities for children in schools and other than schools. So please try to share your experience. This could help other national societies in building their own MHPSS activities. Yes, Monica, please go.
I just wanted to make sure, do you want to hear examples from Red Cross national societies? Like what are the activities organized in Red Cross national societies, or generally from our practice as people who work with kids or psychologists and stuff?
I think it would be helpful to share experiences from national societies and outside national societies, and outside the Red Cross movement, maybe you mean, but any activities would be helpful because I believe that building activities from scratch for children is not an easy thing. And there's a lot of things need to be taken into consideration. However, a few basic things could be could be done. So we don't have to go to the second, third, or fourth level of interventions. We can stay in the basic part. All of this will be discussed tomorrow. So please think about it, share your experiences. That would be very helpful for us. So,
thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Did we go through a 30? And this is an old one. Okay. I think we have concluded our second day, and thank you all for your engagement and your participation. And yeah, and of course, see you tomorrow at the same time. And as we say, salam. It will be about the practical application of MHPSS and PFA for children. So the first day we started to talk about what is MHPSS for children, and we talked about the safeguarding and a lot of topics related to children and how we can how we can implement MHPSS for children. And yesterday we mainly focused on the PFA for children, and we go through the look and listen principles. And we learn some techniques theoretically about how to deal with children. And today it will be more of a practical application. So we will go through your own experiences, and of course we will give you some examples of the activities in different layers that you can implement within your national society or your organization. And at the same time, we will specifically talk about how PFA could be implemented for children in schools and in healthcare services and for social workers. And we will specifically focus on this topic because this would be the main component of the third component of the EU4Health. I will start sharing my screen now. So our agenda for today, as I said, we will talk about recap and homework from yesterday, and this will be led by Kata. And of course, we'll talk about MHPSS intervention, the MHPSS and PFA in school, and of course, sharing your experiences. And at the end, we will have closure, and we will need your feedback in the survey that Kuzera just mentioned. So I will hand it now to Kata to lead the conversation on the homework from yesterday.
Okay, thank you, Ala. So as Ala asked you yesterday, please kindly prepare your examples. Yesterday's homework was to prepare a short description of different MHPSS activities that you use with children, and we've received an email from Yelena. Yelena, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we very liked your description. So can you please maybe share with us those examples?
First of all, hello everyone. Yes, I can share experience, but I'm not sure. Do you want all three or to choose one?
Maybe start with one, and then we can listen to others, and then come back to you. How does it sound?
Okay, thank you. First of all, maybe I am the perfect example of that someone who is not psychologist can provide PFA, because I'm a nurse and a kindergarten teacher before the working in the Red Cross of Vojvodina. And the first situation was when I was a teacher in a primary school. I had challenge to integrate the butterfly child into a class. The pupils was 6 and 7 years old, and her health condition was I hope that everyone knows what is butterfly child. When you touch someone hard, the skin is acting like there is some kind of burns on skin. So it is very hard condition for the child. And the girl was exceptionally intelligent. That was the first time that I had a chance to work with an intelligent child with some disability and medical condition. Before that, I do some things with mental conditions with the children, but this is the first time that I have a chance to do with someone which is not intellectually disability. And on the some break during the class, I was talking to her because I was giving to her like a personal assistant in the classroom. And when I noticed that there is some severe problem, she asked me, teacher, what would you like to be when you grow up? And I was looking at her strange because I was much older than her. And I told her, well, I guess I would like to save the child and me and be teacher. And she told me, well, I would like to be economical worker and to do some bills and stuff like that. But I'm not sure that I will stay alive because children like me die before 30. And I was seeing that she's very old person in young child. And because she couldn't do the all stuff with the kids from the classroom, like physical education classes or excursions or going to a break in the garden, she was pushed from the class. And I spent 1 month talking to her to find out what she wants to do and what she can to do. And after that, we find some activities that she can do on all the activities of the classroom. And after that, the classroom starts to accept her, to see that she's not so different than the others and she can do almost the same things. And very quickly, I guess it was 2.5 months that all classroom worked together. And what was the most important for me, the mother was starting to come to school to say, and now she's starting to be happy to go to school and she's happy coming back from school. And the great stuff was the boys from the classroom showed more understanding for her. They buy a soft ball for her for the physical class that she cannot hurt during the class. So it was very nice to see that small time that we spent with children can make them happy.
Yes, thank you, Jelena. It was heartwarming. As you can see, an MHPSS activity can be like 5 minutes, a short talk, a PFA talk, and it can lead to long-term changes. So
And
thank you, it was heartwarming.
sorry, Kata, I forgot. During the
Yes.
1 month, we were doing the workshops on diversity for every children and how they feel and how they act and what they do, and to see that we are all different. So I think that that also was good to understood each other together and be the one whole classroom like it should be.
Mm. Thank you very much. Thank you
You're
again.
very welcome.
Okay, now let's open the floor to others. I would like to hear from you as well. What kind of different MHPSS activities for children did you do, or are you doing currently, or is there something that you've planned? Oh, I'm listening. Yes, Monica.
Hello, everyone. I used to work in a children's day center, after school center in Germany. And I used to do like emotional education activities where kids explore their own emotions, like through through play and drawing and various creative activities. And we also discuss about them with others. They discuss among themselves and they reflect on their own emotions when they feel what emotion. So we had these activities. And another type of activities was like reading a book about, for example, mobbing and the diversity of children, and then stopping and discussing it with the group. So yeah, so reading and discussing, or some creative expression plus discussing of the topics related to emotions. Yeah, I think they found it useful, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, they sound interesting. This cognitive expansion, very nice. Thank you. Okay, someone else? We find it very important that we are here to learn from each other. So this is an opportunity for you to share your experiences and learn from each other that you can bring home and implement to your workings. So I encourage you to share your experiences. If you find it uncomfortable to share with your words, you can write it in the chat section as well as yesterday. Soli, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so we do not have so many activities directly with children, but work more with the families, and to have family events, doing some activities together with the whole family, and also some kind of trainings for the parents on like cultural differences, on like child upbringing in this country compared to home country. And these sessions would be hosted by people from their country, you know, like not from Iceland, but from so in terms of Ukraine, it would be by Ukrainians. You know what I mean?
Yes, it's clear. Yeah, thank you. It's very important. We tend to forget that with children there comes parents, and we can reach children throughout parents, and parents can be some kind of board, you know, a wall between us and the children. So we have to be connected to the parents as well. So great example. Thank you, Soli. Anyone else? Okay, maybe we can get back to Jelena for one more example, if you are open to that.
Yes, okay.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, my English is not so perfect. So
it's all right. We understand
I'm trying.
you.
Okay, maybe I share the situation number 3 because it was from the Red Cross. when I start to work in Red Cross of Vojvodina, we managed some donations to do some activities for the children from collective accommodation. Actually, it was some kind of orphanage where the children from families that there are some forms of domestic violence and various domestic violence was taken from the families and put it in there. And for now, it is 7 years that we arrange that activity every year for some group of children. And second or third activity that we had was for the children age from 11 to 80. And activity we arranged with 3 volunteers and with me, like professional worker of the Red Cross. And it was assigned to a health partner relationship because the teachers from the Center for the Kids, they said to us that they saw that there is some unusual behavior between boys and girls, and that they don't know how to act in a partnership relationship. And first, we divided them in 2 groups. We first worked with the girls and the boys separately to make them to understood what is the partnership relationship, and to see what they think, what is love, and what is emotion that they can feel from the other. And one workshop that I will divide it from the others was that we work with the boys, and we had one male teacher from their surroundings. And because I didn't have a volunteer who is male, I use myself, and we sit in a circle, and I ask them kindly to pretend that I'm a man like them. And when I say men like them, they were surprised because I didn't say boys. And after that, they are starting to feel free to talk. And second question was, please tell me how you, on your language, what you're using when you say making love. And they were smiling and giggling on the chairs. And I started to telling the words that they use. And after that, they were including in a class. And also the teacher was including. And after that, they was fully open to express their feelings and their thoughts. And we saw through a conversation with them that they bring opinion about relationship based on the family experience. It is like in psychological, they learn by example. And they thought that is normal to beat the girl or to be angry or something like that. And we find out all that informations. We designed together some workshops to make their better in relationships. And after that, 2 years from now, we got some information from their teachers that they are well, and they are starting to take that experience and knowledge in their relationship, and there is no abuse in their institution.
Brilliant, thank you. It is very important. I think this topic would need more time. Thank you to bringing this to our attention, and thank you for sharing. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Well, I think, Ala, we should move on because time is ticking. So I will give back the word to you and just still encourage you to share in the chat section. And I see Timmy has already wrote, so please just share your experience and just let each other use each other's experiences and activities. So back to you, Ala.
Thank you, Kata. And thank you for sharing your experiences. And it's really shows how much simple activities would make a lot of changes. It doesn't have to be a therapy session or someone who's an MHPSS professional to facilitate facilitate mental health intervention or psychosocial interventions, because it could be something very simple, like sitting together and opening a discussion and start talking with the children openly, giving them some information about bullying, about self-care, about stress management. So it's more about involving them, sitting, talking, and I always encourage national societies who is planning to plan or develop a new MHPSS activities to go for the basic levels, to go always for the integration of MHPSS into different sectors, because this would be the most beneficial, especially if you don't have a big team of psychologists and professionals. So yeah, that's perfect. So I wanted you to see this video. This is a YouTube video. Sorry, not a YouTube video. This is a video from the PS Center, but it is on the YouTube, and it is by our colleague ours. However, I noticed that you cannot hear it. But what I can do, that I can ask Kata to put it in the chat, and maybe you can watch it, and I will give you around 2 to 3 minutes to watch it, and then come back to us.
So I'm gonna be speaking to you in this short video about children and MHPSS. So children, as you might imagine, are the ones left behind during emergencies. And whenever we're talking about emergencies, we're talking about conflict settings, disasters, pandemics. They are the ones who are forgotten. And it's our duty, actually, as a national society or a federation or a movement, to protect the basic rights of children. So this is why we need to consider the child as part of a whole system, surrounded by the family, by the community, by the society, and by the international frameworks and agreements. So these allow us to plan our interventions during emergencies. And we can start with thinking of creating safe spaces, child-friendly spaces, safe schools, community centers, youth centers that would allow the children and adolescents acquire a sense of normality, of having a routine, of reconnecting with their self and the community and their sense of belonging. This is very important during emergencies. We shouldn't be forgetting the caregivers. The caregivers are the parents, teachers, community leaders responsible to providing the care and the support for the children. They are the ones who are, if they are not doing well, the child will not be doing well. So it's very important to work with them to promote parenting programs, support groups, for them to be regaining their sense of normality and connectedness with each other and the child. Child participation is very important. So this is one of the main rights of the children within the UNCRC, and it allows us to be the closest to the needs of the children. And we shouldn't be only limiting it to adolescents, but also we can fine-tune it to younger ones, to the different age groups, using creative ways and tools, art, theater, drawings, so on and so forth. Lots of tools have been developed to encourage children to voice their opinion around different things, including peace processes and conflict situations. We should not be forgetting the root causes behind any child right concern, and this could be linked to socioeconomical reasons, poverty, migration, conflict, natural disasters that are promoting and hindering the infrastructure that allows us to build anything linked to promoting the well-being of the children. Lastly, we should not also forget the importance of training our staff and volunteers on child rights, on child safeguarding, and link the whole child perspective of well-being to the interventions that we are doing, especially if we are very much connected to the communities and working for the communities, with the communities in promoting child rights. So this is what I wanted to say. I just wanted to finally conclude on the fact that a child is the future. So investing in children as young as possible and intervening as early as possible is very important, because it will save us lots of different concerns that could pop up if we don't intervene at a later stage. Thank you very much for listening, and goodbye.
Okay, everyone, thank you.
I see two different questions in the chat section. Can I share? Phaedra asks if it's possible to share the training materials outside of Red Cross as well.
It is in the hands-on. No worries. I shared everything I used as a reference for this presentation. So it is internally and externally. Like I used a lot of Save the Children material, so this will be shared too. So thank you, yes.
Okay, and there's another question. Is there a replay for the previous two sessions?
Replay, you mean the recording?
Yeah, I think they mean the recording.
The recording will be shared with the material, yes. Gulzera, can you write again the note from the beginning, because we talk about this in the beginning.
I already replied to that comment that everything is.
I am really happy and honored to see this much interest of the presentations and the recording. That's really make me really, really happy. So thank you.
Right.
Any other questions, comments? When I was preparing for this presentation, I had discussion with Urs, and he sent his greetings. He's also really interested in the child, the MHBSS for children. So that's why I thought it's really good to see the video. And just one remark to recap the video. It's very important to put the children best interest into developing any MHBSS activities, not only MHBSS activities for children. So we need to put that into consideration all the time. Okay, moving on. When we start talking about MHBSS, and this is a little bit replication from the first presentation, there is an interventions that can be preventive and or curative. So when we say preventive, like when these activities decrease the risk of developing mental health problems, and when we say curative, like when we help overcome and deal with psychosocial problems or mental health problems. So this is two types of interventions. Of course, there is others, but this is a little bit of guiding. According to the children needs, when we are building an MHBSS interventions for children, it's really important to assess the needs. And I know that we have done a lot of needs assessment, and especially under the EU4Health project, there's a lot of national societies who already conduct regular needs assessment. And under this needs assessment, a lot of things coming on, like people are having personal attachment problem, people are having problems in school, bullying. But how I can translate that from actual need into an MHBSS intervention? Because sometimes, okay, I have the need, I know it's the need, but I need to translate that into steps, and then I come into how can I deliver MHBSS intervention or psychosocial interventions into children. So this is a little bit of guidance. So it's more of an examples, not really something that limited. So there's of course many things that you can do. However, if the children is having a problem in sense of belonging, one of the possible interventions could be establish an educational structure where children feel included and of course promote the restoration of cultural traditional practice or childcare whenever possible. This is one of the possibilities that could be implemented. If the children has a need and relationships and peers, of course, this is one of the things that could be coming a lot when the children and needs assessment. We need to, or some of the possible interventions could be provide dependable interactive routine through school or other organized educational activities, offer group and team activities like sports, drama, whatever that requires cooperation and depend on others, on depend on each other. Like one other thing that also it's good to be mentioned, that of course there is a PFA for children, and there's another module from the PS Center, which is peer support, peer-to-peer support. However, it's a completely different intervention. So it's not the same, because when we say PFA for children, that means an adult is providing an PFA for children, or someone caregiver, or a mental health professional is providing PFA for children, or volunteer or staff. But if we talk about peer-to-peer support, we're talking about peers, children supporting each other, sitting in together and supporting each other. I know this might seem very obvious, but I just wanted to make this declaration. This distinction, and maybe ask if this could be at now or maybe at the end, but maybe it's good to mention before I forget. If you think that peer-to-peer support, it's something that you would be interested in for the National Society, please answer in the chat, say yes or no. Or you think it's more of PFA for children, it's the most important topic that you need to focus on if you are planning an MHPSS activities for children, or both. Just give us your ideas in the chat. Continuing with the children needs, we could say if the child have a personal attachments problem, we could work with teacher that can form appropriate caring relationship with children, provide opportunities for social integration and unity by teaching and showing respect for all cultural values regardless of different backgrounds. If the child has a problem of intellectual stimulation, we can enhance child development by providing a variety of educational experience, recreational activities, support groups, or after-school support. If the child has a physical stimulation, encourage recreational and creative activities, both traditional and new. This include games, sports, music, dancing, camps. To feel valued, we could create opportunities for expression through individual group discussion. As our colleague just shared, when they have a group of children just sitting together and starting to exchange and talk about a topic that is really important to them, to their age, that this is something that they discuss between each other, but they don't have someone to facilitate this discussion. Of course, we can talk about all recreational activities by drawing, writing, drama, music, dancing, all of that, which promote pride and self-confidence. And of course, we can recognize, encourage, and praise children. Okay, any question before we move to the next slide? Okay. Why it's important to include MHPSS in schools? MHPSS in schools is really, really important because children does not go to school only to learn. They interact. They have social interaction with their colleagues, with their peers, with their friends. They build their personality within the school. So this was one of the top reasons. So I would go through them one by one. However, instead of me talking all the time, please raise your hand and tell me if you want any comment, or you have any comment or something to add. Why we need to implement MHPSS? Because MHPSS is a fundamental to good health and mental well-being in a critical, and it is critical to children's learning, development, and thriving and growing. Of course, because this is an obligatory right for the children by the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And we are committed, our countries, our governments, our authorities are committed to this, because mental health and psychosocial support is significant concern for adolescents and children all around the world, but specifically for adolescents, because if you remember in the first day, we said that half of the mental health disorder begin at the age of 14. And I'm not sure if you remember that the 5th cause of death between the age of 10 and 19 is suicide. So this is alarming. So we need to address MHPSS. So it's not a luxury; it's a necessity. Evidence increasingly confirmed that importance of strengthening the capacity of schools and early childhood education service to promote mental health and social support, and families dealing with mental health can assist children and families to deal with mental health problems. Any questions so far? Okay. Reason number 6, schools and learning environment include early childhood education, provide the opportunity to reach large number of children and adolescents, because it's the easiest way to reach to the children. So when I talk to the national societies who have indicators about reaching out to children, of course, the first target would be schools. Reason number 7, for children and adolescents whose home environment is not safe, and monitoring the school can be crucial. Safety net support is a crucial safety net supporting basic social, emotional, and physical needs. And this is totally understandable. Reason number 8, school-based programs for social and emotional learning are linked to mental health benefits in countries at all income level. Of course, you know that mental health disability can affect the global, or say global, I don't know how to say the income of the country. It has an acronym, but I forgot it. Schools are an important element of community-based mental health support. And of course, reason number 10, prevention and treatment of mental health in adolescents lead to improved mental health and well-being over time, and yield gain in learning and educational outcome in the future. And this will enhance, of course, their achievements, their economic situation, all over their life. Any comments on this? Any objection? Like, it's not important. Okay, all agree? That's really nice. So while searching for examples, good examples, how to implement school mental health activities or MHPSS activities in schools, I came into this nice diagram, which is I really like, which is explaining the characteristic of successful whole school mental health promotion activities. What are the things that should be there when we're thinking about mental health activities within school? So we could think about curriculum, pedagogy. I always struggle to pronounce this word, pedagogy. Is it correct?
I think it's pedagogy or something like that.
Pedagogy.
Pedagogy, wherever. I'm not sure as well.
Okay, I said it right. Thank you. Anyway, social and emotional skills, mental health literacy, of course. We can active and experimental learning and student voice and empowerment. This is one of the things that should be there when we talk about curriculum. Relationship, we should work on the student-teacher relationship, peers relationship, and partnership with parents and families and community. This is really important, and there's a lot of activities could be done during this area, because this is more of a social social part of the socio-ecological model. So it's really important. School climate culture, which means positive school climate, sense of belonging, opportunities for success. This is something like an advice that we can give to the schools and who are thinking to integrate MHPSS into their school system. So this would be one of the things that we could advocate school how they can do it. And of course, as always, policies and procedures are really important, because we could have a lot of things going on, but to structure it, to sustain it, and to have more reliability to it. So there should be a school policy for how to integrate MHPSS or how to integrate psychosocial well-being. That could be policies about bullying, a policy about recreational activities, policies about the training that should be delivered to the teachers and counselors. What are the specific qualification policies about referrals? Of course, here it's talking about teacher well-being, which is really important, and school scheduling. So there's a lot of things that could be taken into consideration. So if these characteristics could be taken into consideration while building an MHPSS integration into school. Any questions so far? Okay, perfect. So let us start how we can build an MHPSS intervention addressing the well-being of children. How are we going to do that? So we have money from the EU4Health. We have needs assessment, so we know what are the needs assessment, and we have the staff, but we want to build this intervention. And I can totally understand we are always aiming for high, we are always aiming for focused intervention with people with mental health problems, or we're going for professionals and psychologists, well-trained in therapy. This is very, very nice to have, of course, if we have all of these resources. But if we have a limited time and we want to serve a broader community and cover more needs, we need to start from the bottom. We need to start from the basic psychosocial intervention, which will be not focused, non-specialized, does not need a lot of training and prepare, and it's easily implemented with few steps if we take into consideration the needs and participation, and of course the protection circle from the movement. So I already said we need to start with needs assessment. So needs assessment, it's something that give you an idea about the target population, numbers, socioeconomic class, stressors, risk factor, protective factor. And I am sure most of you have already done needs assessment and you have your results. And when you start planning your activities, you need to discuss, or you can discuss with teams. Of course, collaboration, that means who's working with you. So you can decide who can be consulted and who can be involved in the planning part. It could be the project team. It could be the target beneficiaries. It could be the schools that I am working with. This could be the health department. It could be the disaster department if we're under the disaster department. It could be I don't know, HR. Some the mental health are under HR and some national societies. So you need to decide who could be involved in the planning. And then, of course, we need to have a plan to integrate MHPSS. Okay. The third step is to have training and capacity building. We need to provide comprehensive trainings to volunteer staff, teachers, healthcare professionals, caregivers, on MHPSS principles, PFA, child development. You could add the child development into the PFA for children, as we did yesterday and the day before, and trauma-informed care, which is a little bit more specific. But if you have the capacity within your national society, you can of course do it. Offer workshops and seminars to enhance their understanding and identifying and addressing mental health concerns in children. So we have done the needs assessment, we have done the planning, we have done the training, and of course we need to do the community engagement and participation. So we need to engage with the stakeholders, different partners. We need to conduct an awareness campaigns to reduce stigma around mental health issues and encourage open dialogue with the community. This is really important, engagement and participation. It's one of the key success of any MHPSS intervention. Okay, also we could do a school-based program, like when we are going to implement a school-based program, we implement that integrating into the curriculum, as we said in the previous slide. What are the things that could be done within school? This depends on the needs that you have, and at the same time on the maybe the existing MHPSS activities in school that already the school have that you can build on. And of course, after consultation, after sitting with the school and telling them, what do you want to do? Like, let us train teachers on PFA. As it might look or sound like, okay, something very simple, but it will help a lot. And after this section, we'll start talking about how we can implement a PFA into schools or schools in different locations. We train teachers in recognizing signs of distress in children and implementing age-appropriate intervention. This is also one of the school-based programs that could be implemented. And the health, I have Monica, yes, please. Can give me a chance to drink some water.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. You can finish. I just wanted to ask about the needs assessment. Like, I wanted to know more, maybe like because is it like that the case that you recommend, like doing needs assessment for every single like community or school? Because it's like usually very timely and it takes so much time, and if you do it quantitatively, then it's also like you need a lot of staff to do that. Or if you do a qualitative assessment, then it's not always very valid. So could you share ideas how to do it effectively without, or maybe are there some resources how to do that without taking like a year just for needs assessment?
No, I was relating a lot into the already conducted need assessment, because under the EU4Health project, there is a request to do needs assessment. So if you have already your needs assessment done, that's perfect. Use that information, because that would give you an eye how to build your information or how to build your intervention. However, if you don't have a needs assessment ready and you need to build an MHPSS intervention, that would require you starting an assessment. And I will not go into sophisticated long time assessment. There's quick tools that you can do for needs assessment that I will share, of course, after the training. Let me remember to add it, because needs assessment could be discussing with the stakeholders, discussing with school, just review. It could be just reviewing the country policy, reviewing the educational policy. This could be just for you to understand the current situation. And if you are from the community and you are one who is implementing within their own community, needs assessment would be very easy on you. It will not be like someone like me coming from a different country to conduct a needs assessment for a country that I don't know anything about. So having community participation, refugees, engagement in the needs assessment will be very, very important. And it shouldn't be a very long text and very well-defined proofread text that will be published. something that you could use, practically use to do the interventions, unless it is something that are required to deliver to the donor. Like in the case of the EU4Health, this should be done in a proper way, which is, I think, PS Center is helping it. Of course, the project coordinators also is helping in that.
Yeah, thank you. So as far as I understand, it can be done informally sometimes, the needs assessment
Yeah.
part.
Sure,
Thanks.
sure. Okay, so moving on to the healthcare setting integration, and if this could be also integrate PFA into the routine healthcare services, we can train the healthcare providers in the PFA for children, and of course, train healthcare providers to conduct mental health screening and offer basic psychosocial support during medical visits. And this might sound a little bit, I don't know this. I will share my experience because I come from a medical background. So a lot of things that we think that doctors, nurses, and midwives should know, they don't. It depends on the educational system in this in a specific context. It depends on the personal preferences of sometimes of these healthcare providers, and cultural differences, gender dynamics. So there's a lot of things that will hinder the healthcare providers to ask questions about mental health. And mainly in the primary healthcare professionals, they receive a lot of patients who come very frequent to the center for reasons, or signs and symptoms have no physical reasons, and sometimes they started to share their life tragedies or experiences or difficulties with the healthcare providers, just because they want to have a safe space to talk. And this would be also an opportunity for children when they come to have this safe space, to have someone who can understand the child development. And when a parents complain about a child being isolated or not eating enough and shouting all the time or aggressive, this could be alarming for the healthcare provider, just to do a proper assessment and, of course, referrals to appropriate services. MHPSS interventions, as we say, continuing monitoring and evaluation is really important, because establish and monitoring and evaluation system to assess the effectiveness of MHPSS interventions. And this is really important because we do the activities and we need to report on these activities. So we need to have a specific indicators. We need to have a specific reporting system, so we can learn from our activities, we can report on our activities, we can advocate on our activities, and of course we can control the quality of our activities. So building and monitoring and evaluation is really important. I know under EU4Health we have specific support with Nana, who can support on the M&E part, and how to get all the materials and tools for this. And of course, this could be an opportunity for knowledge sharing, lesson learned, enhancing the activities, improving, and of course, fundraising. So any questions? This is the way how we could implement MHPSS interventions for children. This is the simple steps. Of course, it's more complicated than that, I know, because it will require hiring staff, training staff. If you don't have that already, it will require having a long-term plans, like sustainability plans for interventions, the funding, rescue the funding for these activities. So it's have a lot of complexity, but we made it in a very simple steps, that this is the things that you need to take into consideration. Do the assessment, but consult with the people, put your plan, start doing trainings, implement, and then, of course, implement with the M&E platform, and then document and share. Sounds easy, huh? It's not. Okay. I'm trying always to remove this bar, but I can't. Any ideas? No ideas. Matthew.
Yes, Aladi. Yeah. What was your question?
I want to remove this bar. This, like, nobody can see it. It's only me.
No one sees it. Let's say just we see your slide, possible MHPSS
Okay, so
intervention.
it's mine also.
Right.
Okay, so one of the things that could be done in the schools, this is a possible MHPSS interventions in school. Can somebody read the first part, because I cannot read it because something is covering it?
Increase mental health literacy among children and adolescents, their teachers and the caregivers, talking openly about mental health in schools and other learning environments by developing and implementing a school curriculum that includes physical, social, emotional, and psychological aspects of student health, safety, nutrition, and well-being, providing opportunities to strengthen teachers' and caregivers' abilities to promote and protect children's mental health and well-being, encouraging positive, healthy family-caregiver relationships. It was number 1.
Perfect, thank you. Any question on that? I think it's very clear. Yes, mental health literacy, psychoeducation, raising awareness is one of the easiest thing that we can do in schools. It's very needed, and we think it is in the curriculum, but it's not. So extracurricular activities on mental health literacy and psychoeducation, it's really important. And I always encourage national societies to start with raising awareness, start with psychoeducation, and giving a lot of information, not a lot, giving basic information in schools about mental health and psychosocial support. Okay, so a lot of the other activities would be also mentioned before, but however, I will just mention them very quickly. Like we could have an embedding transferable skills in the curriculum from early childhood to adolescence. This need more time and effort as a national society, because we don't have this influence into the school and education system, and we need to discuss it with the ministries and the government. So we don't have this this development eye, because we're an emergency response. However, this could be one of the interventions that could be advocated for development agencies. And when I say development agencies, I mean WHO, UNHCR, UNICEF, whatever. Because this slide was taken from UNICEF. Of course, we can do workforce development, like building the capacity, and this falls under the movement. That we can do that. We can do capacity building for staff, for children themselves, for counselors, for social workers. So this is one of the things that we can do. We can train on PFA for children. This would be our possible MHPSS interventions. Of course, integrating MHPSS in education, disaster preparedness for effective response, and to build back better and recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction, and also supporting teachers' well-being, like doing some self-care activities, because we do caring for staff and volunteers in the movement, and we should also take into consideration caring for caregivers and service providers, especially teachers. Of course, access to services, that one of the things that also us as a movement could work on. When we say access to a movement, access to the MHPSS intervention, it could be within the school, like how the teacher can detect an MHPSS problem or a psychosocial problem and refer to the school counselor if there is a school counselor, or how the teacher can refer to an external resources, external available resources if there is any. This could be one of our capacity building, like how to educate, to teach, to build, to bridge the capacity of the teachers, how to detect early signs and do proper referrals. Okay, any questions? I think number 4 is not for us, so ignore number 4 here.
There are some questions regarding the previous slide. They are asking about the last 2 items, number 7 and 8, and 9. Oh yeah, so there's number 10 also.
There is no number 7 and no number 9, I think. So I think in total there should be 8 points.
The points are correct, the numbering are not correct. Sorry, it's my mistake.
It was a checkpoint if you still see what you see.
That's good. Thank you. That means that people are tentative. I like that. Any other comments? Except that I cannot count to 10.
No, you did it on purpose.
Maybe, I don't know. Okay. Again, for examples, because I think it's really important to give you ideas, to give the National Society ideas how to do things. And it depends on the context, it depends on the resources, it depends on the preference and the strategy and the framework of your activity. But however, giving some hints will help. That's why we make this session to be more of a practical. If we are face-to-face and I can see you face-to-face, we could do it more of sharing experiences between the group, and each group can share. It could be a learning experience. Unfortunately, this is not the case, but maybe in the future could be. But for now, we could share some examples that we took from some desk review. We search around and we put some example for you so that you can take what you think fits to your National Society and your intervention. So counseling and therapy session, I do not like counseling and therapy session, but if you have the resources, you have the right staff, you could do it in schools, and it would be amazing to have this. I would not encourage doing trauma processing unless you have the fit staff for it. However, if you have it, because I know some national societies have a very well qualified therapist within their MHPSS team. So if you have it, that would be great to do it in schools or in camps or in safe spaces. There's a lot of places that could be done. Art and play therapy / activities. You can call it therapy if you have a specific approach and you're having a therapist, someone who's qualified to conduct art and play therapy. However, if you don't and you're going for recreational activities, art and play activities, which is something I really recommend, using art and play as a tool for children to express themselves creatively and cope with psychosocial problems. I will not say trauma, but if you have it as a therapy, that would be perfect. Establish safe spaces when children can engage in drawing, painting, storytelling, and playing activities that facilitate emotional expression. Sorry to be a little bit biased, but I like non-specialized activities. Also non-focused, but focused is also very interesting. So if we have because when we say children's safe spaces, it's a very specific term that need a specific guidelines to be implemented, and always consult with your PGI team if you have a PGI team. Otherwise, let us know that we can connect you with our PGI colleagues, because when you say in your proposal and your activities that you're doing children's safe spaces,
that's a little bit alarming because this needs to be done in a very specific guidelines. However, if it is a children activities, community-based children activities, that's a little bit less demanding. However, it is demanding to have all the safeguarding policies in place, but it will not say, oh, this is not a safe place. This is not a CSF ولا C مش عارفة إيش. But just to let you know, because I see a lot of concept notes from the National Society saying establish children safe spaces, and they think it's something or the National Society, they don't put a lot of thinking what is children's safe spaces and how much effort, time, and guidelines they need to follow just to establish these spaces. So I always recommend to change it into community-based MHPSS activities for children, and this would be much easier on you. Any question? Okay. Another example is psychosocial support groups. Form support groups with children with similar experiences, and they can talk together. This is one of the examples, of course, that have been discussed. We can open a discussion about bullying. What do you think bullying is? Why do you think bullying happened? And this type of dialogue will help the children feel validated, enhance their self-value, being participated, and of course we need a facilitator, and that a school teacher would be the perfect facilitator for this activity. Any examples from your own national society before I go to the examples from here? Okay, anything on the chat, Kata?
Kata had to leave for a second. She'll be right back. I'm Andor, by the way.
Hi, Andor, how are you?
Hi. I'm okay, thanks.
Okay, so keep your eye on the chat, please. Okay, another example is the structured educational program. And this is also, as I told you, it needs a lot of collaboration, a lot of coordination with the authorities, because it's not easy to change the curriculum, but it's easy to integrate into extracurricular activities. And this could be done. Of course, the national societies, I would assume that they have a good relationship with the schools and their communities. So this would be something very easy, just to go as a program coordinator or program manager, to go to the school, sit down with the principal or I don't know who's the responsible person. I'm just relating to my experience, and sit with them and say, we're doing this and this and this, and based on our needs assessment, this is our plan and this is our activities. This is what we're going to do, and we're just asking for 40 minutes, 30 minutes, should not be a long time, just to talk about these topics, and maybe train your teachers to do these topics, not us as a volunteers, maybe the teachers. So this could be one of your approach, and it could be done very easily. So it should not be something very complicated, like people coming to you, because in school times, and if you have an indicator you need to fill, like I know Basilio's here, if you need to fill the indicator before March or before April, so you don't have to wait until the summertime to use the children time, so you can integrate that within the school system, like having 14 minutes or 30 minutes within the school day. Or if you have other platforms, of course, you know better what fits and what doesn't fit into your national society. Parenting skills is really important. We can do some parenting workshop and support groups to help parents. What we can do with the parenting group, like, did you see the training material that we have done
the previous 2 days, like we can take this material, train volunteers, school teachers, and whatever people who's working with parents, and let them. And also we can include parents into this, how to provide what is the how to provide a PFA for children. And of course we can do age development for the parents. We can talk about parenting skills. The last slide, like tips to the parents. This is really important. This could be one session that could be done to the parents. This could be an MHPSS activity, very easy to implement. And parents like sharing with each other. So if you have a group of parents sitting together and talking, this is very, very settling, and they're nice. They say, oh, your child do this, my child do this, they do the same. And just this exchange will open a discussion, and that will help them to think more how they can support their own children. Awareness, I am a big fan of awareness, so conduct a community-wide awareness campaign. However, the only thing is it's a little bit tricky or challenging in awareness campaign, and how we can calculate the numbers. If I did a campaign or I did a TV show or broadcast, how did I know how many people did I reach? So this is a tricky thing that need to be discussed with your M&E team. They could help you see how does it fit into the indicators, or how does it fit into the reporting part. But what you can do, like you can do awareness campaign, focused awareness campaign, which means that I go to school, I have a theater full of people, and I start talking about mental health and do activities, provide information, and then I can know how many people that I reach, which is something a little bit maybe not in a good quality, but however, this is raising awareness. And raising awareness does not mean that they will be a health professional. At least they took one little information, social media posts, videos, community activities, like we can do a mental health day activity, or women activity, child activity, International Child Day activity. They can come, they can have more information about topics. You can share with them promotion materials. So raising awareness, there's a lot of things to do, or there's a lot of way to do it, but take into consideration how you're going to report on the awareness campaign. Awareness is not only for targeted community, or targeted for the end beneficiaries, for the children. Of course, awareness could be done to the management of the school, could be done to the management of the national society, of the community leaders, and the caregivers. So a lot of community awareness to different levels could be done. Any questions? Objections? I'm taking a moment. Break. Okay. One of the activities that could be conducted, it's youth engagement programs, and which is for older children and adolescents, focusing on skill building, leadership, and peer support, including activities such as sports, art, vocational training to enhance their sense of purpose and belonging. This is something that could be taken into consideration when our programs is directed into youth. And I think capacity building, not capacity, skill building, it's also something not really hard to implement. Maybe I can share one of the experiences that we have done in one of the countries, is to using sport to raise awareness about mental health, which is something that we have done it's a sport manual, or activities is structured activities. It's not something very complicated. Like you do this activity, at the end of the activity, people will have one key message about mental health. This key message could be talking about emotions, could be talking about feelings. It could be talk about self-care. So you can use whatever activity that you want, but it's structured activity. And at the end, you can, after 2 hours of sports, the kids did some sports, physical activity, and of course, at the same time, you did some awareness raising. And this is part of the awareness raising or targeted awareness raising that you could easily report to. And you only need a sport facilitator, which could be one of your volunteers that trained on PFA and this sport facilitation techniques. And the other thing is it's not about signing, but maybe just collecting numbers, like maybe feedback. What do you think? Something very simple. But for me, I would suggest I have 20 kids, 9 females, 11 males, whatever gender and age group. This is what could be done. So I'm just talking programmatic because this is really important to people, how to build their interventions. Of course, language and cultural integration. This is also some of the things that easy to do. But of course, one important thing that you need to consult with the with the project coordinator, especially Basilio and Gracie, if this is can be counted under the EU4Health, because there's not a lot of activities are could be under the EU4Health. Just double check before you start your own activity. We're just giving examples because we have non-EU national societies, and of course we have people from outside the movement here. So just to give you an idea. Emergency psychosocial support, which is really important, because if you have an emergency happening in your community, so you need to have a mechanism for delivering immediate psychosocial support. This is really important, because if any emergency happen in any country, immediately it goes into alarming mood in our head in the regional office. Okay, how we can support them, how we can, what we could do. If they ask for something, how are we going to do it very quickly? But this could be done. We can prepare ourselves before, so we could have a mechanism of delivering this in an emergency situation. And this could be discussed with your within your national society, how we're going to do it. And all of that should be put into your MHPSS approach or your MHPSS strategy. The emergency part, the M&E part, the needs assessment part, the capacity building part, all of this should be done in one document. So it will be guiding document for you to implement your MHPSS activity, not only for children, this is for everyone. I talked too much, but this is one of the things that that we already talked about, unless someone have any questions or comments.
I'm just commenting on the time. You have like 5 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, more examples of the MHPSS interventions. We can, of course, enhance the access to healthcare services that address both physical and mental health needs. We can collaborate with the healthcare providers to integrate PFA for children into their routine medical care. Of course, the community-based MHPSS services, and this is all of the things that we have discussed. It's a community-based MHPSS intervention. So I will at least skip that. Okay, more examples, and this is also something that we have discussed. It's the referral system to MHPSS services, and the referrals is really important. The first part of the referral is to know who is doing what, where and when in your national society, in your community. Like give the volunteers the opportunity to scan and map the services around, the teacher to map the services around, because there should be a guide or something that could be used as a tool for caregivers, for parents, for children themselves. So when we say, okay, I think you need more support, you need to get your own support, or you need to get your support. No, I need to direct them, or give them at least the opportunity. So I'm not a big fan of structured referral, because sometimes structured referrals need a lot of follow-up and sharing information, and we don't have the capacity. Maybe you do, but I'm thinking about someone who's establishing MHPSS intervention for children newly. So we don't have big number of staff when we can work on data protection, and we can work on that. What could be as a referral system is sharing information, which means I have a guide of all the MHPSS intervention, and this guide could be given to the school, could be given to the caregivers, could be given to the school, to the children themselves. The guide, it's where to go, when to go. If you have these signs and symptoms, please refer to this. If you have, and this is the place, and it's open from this time to this time, and it is free of charge, or you have to pay. So put a decent amount of information. Of course, this information could be easily find within the internet, so it does not require a lot of effort from us. But if we think that other people know, maybe they do, and maybe they don't. And in some countries, it's not inclusive into refugees, and some they are. So we need to find the way where the people from Ukraine can go, where the people from different migrants from different countries, where they can go, and the host communities where they can go. So the referral service mapping, it's crucial, and it could be one of the interventions that could be implemented. And specifically to children, of course, because if we want to send a child into a child psychologist, or a child psychiatrist, or a counselor, or a group activities, or community activities, because we don't offer everything, so we need to collaborate with other organization, community-based organizations, civil society organizations on different levels. So if I'm working on this level and I want this level, or I want focused, I only provide non-focused, and I want focused, you can refer to a different organization. So a lot of coordination need to be done with the local service providers. Connect yourself with the coordination mechanisms around you and the community. Of course, we talked about the peer-led workshops and activities, so I will not go through it. Before we go to implementing PFA, any questions, comments? Objections? Okay. So it's 3:30, so let me move on very quickly. How to implement? Okay, we done PFA for children. Okay, what is next? How can I implement this PFA for children? Let us go through what are the things that they could learn from PFA for children and how they can use it. So we're talking about 3 categories: teachers, social workers, and health providers. And we're focusing on these 3 categories because they are the categories mentioned in the project. and directed, this BFA for children training is directed into these three categories. For children, of course, for teachers, to recognize signs of distress or changes in behavior in students, both inside and outside the classroom. For social workers, identify indicators of emotional and psychological distress during interaction with the students or families. Of course, for health providers, as we said before, observe and assess mental health cues during routine medical consultation. Of course, not only cues and social problems, physical abuse, a lot of things could be observed within the health care providers. How they can provide immediate support. The teacher, they provide initial emotional support with children within the school environment, offering calming presence and reassurance. Social workers will do the same. Immediate assistance to individuals in crisis, addressing their emotional needs and concerns. Health providers, they can utilize empathetic communication to create safe space to patients to express their feelings. Of course, this will relate to safety and comfort, the same for the three that ensure physical and emotionally safe classroom. And if we're talking about social workers, we could say safe, supportive atmosphere when providing the service, and healthcare provider, of course, safe and provide comfort with during any medical intervention, or could be primary or secondary, but mainly we're talking about primary if we're talking about community-based. As we said, gathering information is really important, and how they can gather information by detecting the early signs, by seeing what is not really the expected thing from this child at this particular age, or is it different from his peers, or so the teachers can collect information about well-being and potential stressors, and the social worker, of course, the same. They can gather relevant information about current situation and needs. Healthcare providers obtain information on both physical and mental health concerns. How they can provide assistance under BFA after being trained on BFA. They could provide practical assistance, either an academic support, which might be available within the school, or referral to relevant school resources. And when we say referrals to relevant school resources, this teacher should familiarize themselves about the early signs and how they can refer. Social workers, of course, provide guidance in accessing community services and resources. Social workers will be the perfect persons to do this, the service mapping or the core Ws within the community, if we're working with social workers, because they will be the people who's connecting children and parents with different services. Health providers assist with the practical aspects of health management and connect patients. I will not say patient, with additional support, with connect children with additional support. Part of the link part, we could say connection to the social support. Teachers encourage students to connect with their friends, classmates, and encourage and supportive adults. Social workers facilitate connection with family members, friends, and community networks, which means maybe same families with the same situation. Health providers discuss the importance of social support and encourage patients, or I will remove the patient part before I share the presentation, to involve their support system. Information on coping, of course, sharing information. This could be part of providing BFA. Like teacher can provide information about stress management and coping strategies, same as social worker, same as the healthcare providers. Again, connecting and linking with the school counselor, psychologists, and teachers, or social workers, or the healthcare providers. The teacher could do it within the school, and the social workers could do it if they needed specialized mental health services or other community resources. And health providers can connect them or connect children to mental health specialists and service provider or support services. Documentation and reporting, of course, this is one of the most challenging part when it comes into PFA, because we train on PFA, but we don't know how to familiarize ourselves if we do it or not, because it's more of a skill. Like we did, okay, I did PFA today. Did you? Because it's something that's embedded in our daily routine. However, when you do a PFA training for teachers, social workers, health providers, you need to tell them how to maintain an accurate records of interactions and observation. This will help you say, okay, we did a PFA for teachers, and these teachers served this number of students. Even the initial contact with the students, giving them a small information about stress management, referrals, being more connecting and empathetic. So all of this records of interaction should be recorded, of course, by the people who receive the PFA for children. So don't forget, when you train them on PFA, don't train them on PFA for children and send them away and say, okay, that's done. Halas, I did all my part. No, they need to know that the interaction that they have made with the beneficiaries or the end beneficiaries, all the children, need to be recorded. So you need to build a tool how they can report on their interactions on providing PFA for children. So this is really important, and this is the tricky part. My advice to you: just make it very simple tool. Don't complicate it. There is tool already available that the people or the person who's providing the PFA for children, they can self-report this. So it's important, easy, but somehow forgotten and during the way, because we're practitioners, so recording is not our thing. Maybe, but maybe not. Maybe it is our thing. Okay. Any concerns, questions? Okay. How we're doing with time, Kata?
Well, it's 36, so I would say you have, I don't know, 3 more minutes and we reorganize some of the topics.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So let's talk about challenges associated with implementing MHPSS and PFA for children. I talked a lot about challenges, but maybe you could tell me a little bit, 1 or 2 challenges. You have it in the screen, but maybe one of your challenges that is not on the screen about implementing PFA. And when we say PFA, that does not mean MHPSS. PFA is part of the MHPSS intervention. So when I say MHPSS, it's a broader thing. So just to make that clear. Who's having a challenge in implementing MHPSS activities for children?
I think it can be challenging to make it relevant because teachers can find it like very basic sometimes, and they have already a lot of practice working with kids, and then someone from outside comes and tells them how to interact with their students, even though they've done it all the time already. And it can be hard to first have good lecturers who are actually experienced in the field, because if they come from outside, they won't have authority, or I think the teachers can be not very willing to accept the training because they think it's not maybe relevant. So actually motivating participants, like in this case teachers, to participate, and on the other hand having relevant content and form of the training and prepared trainers. So I think that's challenging.
Yeah. Thank you, Monica. Yes, sometimes the resistance comes from the school teachers. Maybe they prioritize other things also. And they have self-confidence and pride that they don't need a lot of intervention or they didn't need support. Solly, please. Go ahead.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry, I'm driving. I'm wondering actually not about this challenge because we haven't started implementing yet, but you were mentioning about reporting that they need to register or but are we doing any reporting for the PFA for children? I mean, we're only reporting trainings and not like provisions or.
Yeah,
I can answer for this, Salah. You mean the reporting, right? In the COBO.
Yeah, I mean, like you were mentioning that we have to teach them or remind them to register and register their PFA and.
Okay, Solly, I got your question, no worries. Yeah. Thank you, Gulzera. It's according to your commitment with the donor. It's commitment under the EU4Health. If it is your indicator to report only for the training, people trained, so report on that. However, if your indicator is reporting on beneficiaries who received MHPSS services, this should be integrated, because if I train people on PFA for children and these people are implementing the tools and the thing that they have learned under this training, the beneficiaries they are serving, it could be reported under a specific indicator, which is, I know there is an indicator for receiving MHPSF services. I hope I answered your question, Solly. Otherwise, I would invite Basilio to respond to that.
I mean, I think just to respond quickly, I think in the original project we are not counting PFA sessions provided by those that we train unless they are Red Cross staff and volunteers. So, and I maybe I misunderstood something, but I did think that we were not counting any PFA provisions in the additional project, in the PFA for Children project. So if this could be cleared up, if I'm just misunderstood something or how, maybe.
Yeah.
Basilio.
Yes, thank you. Basilio, are you with us? So if Basilio is not available, I will get back to you solely after consulting with him, because I want to give you a correct answer. But
I have an observation here. Oh, okay, it's Basilio.
Okay, Basilio, please go ahead.
Yes, repeat the question, please. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so we were wondering about PFA for children in this additional the provisions, like, because Allah was talking about reporting and registering the provisions, and I'm wondering if we are actually reporting provisions to children by those that we train, or only counting those trained.
So there are two ways to look at it. One, if you're doing the training to meet this third component or the indicator, which is just the training as per your application, then you're recording the training. But then again, you have the opportunity to incorporate the service provision or the provision of PFA to children, which goes under the first component, which is the first indicator of the project. So it will depend on the setup of the National Society. If you come in for this component only and you have no way of maintaining and retaining this relationship with the trained teachers, then of course you will just adhere to the setup of just trainings. But if you have a way of maintaining this connection with the teachers or the nurses or whichever professional you are training, then of course this is highly recommended, and it will contribute to the first component, which is also indicator for like service provision to the targeted population.
Okay, so but previously we discussed that we would only, or maybe I misunderstood, but that we would only count provisions provided by Red Cross staff and volunteers and not other service providers like teachers or social workers or whoever.
Yeah, this is what I meant by it will depend on the setup of your national society.
Okay.
So
I see.
bilaterally, we can agree how to move forward because 25 national societies have different
Okay, yeah.
setups. Yeah, so
Okay.
it will
Okay.
depend.
Sorry for this detour then. Thank you.
No, it's clear. Thank you, Soleil.
Elena, I think you wanted to say something.
Just a very short observation. Maybe it's not of interest for everyone, but it might be difficult to have someone that it's not Red Cross employee to report you data. Of course, you can still try, but I do not keep my, finger crossed, and I do not hope for that happening necessarily. But we will discuss it probably in the next meeting, Basilio. But thank you for this.
Thank you, Alina. Yes, exactly. This is why we cannot put it as a requirement or as a central agreement to have this recorded because, we understand the challenges. So we can discuss on case-to-case basis and see how this can be done.
Okay. Thank you all. I would encourage, of course, the reporting part. However, if we cannot do it, if they are outside of the National Society or the movement, this is something else. But to please refer to Basilio and Gracie for any further questions. Okay. It seems like reporting it's the challenge. Okay. What other things? So I would go through them one by one because I already took a lot of time from Kata. So we will talk. One of the challenges that could be seen within if we are implementing MHPSS activities for children could be limited resources, could be the resistance from the teachers, could be the lack of integration into the education system. One solution for that it's just to go through the management and have an agreement with the school or have a set that where the management are sensitized and approved. Then you don't have to go through convincing each and every teacher to do the training and to do the PFA. Of course, we don't have access to parents, so it would be lack of parent involvement, a lot of privacy and confidentiality concerns, language and cultural sensitivity and barriers. This could be one of the things that could be a challenge. And of course, sustainability, limited access to mental health professionals, especially in the one who can provide MHPSS activities within the language of the target population. So this would be in general the challenges associated with implementing MHPSS interventions. And I would encourage national societies to have more dialogue, more interaction, more discussion, because this would enhance the problem-solving techniques, learning from each other, and joining consultation that would help you to build your own MHPSS intervention for children. Okay, I think until here, done. Before we go into self-care, staff care parts with Kata, for all what we have said today about MHPSS intervention, how to do it, what is BFA, how to do. Sorry, we did not talk about what is BFA today. We said how to integrate and use BFA into schools and different settings with children. So, any question or concerns until here? Gracie,
I
yes,
see one
go ahead.
hand.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Ala. I want to say hello, everyone, and of course say thank you to Kata and Ala for these marvelous sessions. I would like just to speak about from my experience also working in school environments and running projects similar to this one, and actions with national societies in a school, that is really marvelous, and also working with another professionals. I would like just to highlight something that in the referral system already in the school pre-exists, no? Maybe one challenge is like or an opportunity is to discuss with the school and update it, no? The referral system of them to be adapted to the internal or national regulations, okay? And also mapping what is really available right now, because many schools have agreements with other organizations or services, national services, and C is still active, no? So it can be maybe a challenge, no? To guarantee, like Ala mentioned before, that the referral system is in place and it's mandatory to be, and as well, make the effort that the teachers can follow that really kids are receiving the right attention, because this is to work in right children, the right of the children. Okay, this is just what I want to mentioning in challenge. Okay, thank you for the space. Over.
Thank you, Gracie. Amazing. Thank you. So if there's no other comments or questions, I would hand it over to Kata. Sorry, Kata, I took a lot of your time.
It's okay, I will be quick. There's just one very important topic that we have to discuss before we let you go. And this is self-care, because every MHPSS activity starts with self-care, because I cannot take care of children if I don't take care of myself and my mental health. So they won't learn how to take care of themselves and their health if I don't show them, because children primarily learn throughout experience and examples, and they copy our behavior. So if I don't show them that I take care of myself, then they won't learn it. So this is very important. Just a quick recap: what is self-care? Basically, it can be anything that's in the interest of my mental health, and that promotes psychosocial well-being. So it can be a simple candlelight bath, or it can be going for a run, going to the gym, having a cup of tea, a cup of coffee with my friends, or having a glass of wine with my loved ones. And we could go on and on and on. So basically, it should serve our mental health and psychosocial well-being. So I would just like to ask you, what do you do for yourself? Just please think about this, think it through. If you have the possibility, just write down 3 things that you will do for yourself this week. Maybe do one of them today in the name of self-care. I really encourage you to do this. And another very, very important thing is that as you work in MHPSS projects, I'm sure that you have different teams, you work with different groups, and I just like to encourage you to promote self-care between them, and just include self-care in the trainings. What are they doing for each other to make them more stable or mentally stable? How can you as a trainer help them to feel better and stabilize? So and one thing which is, I think, very important, and this is a part of self-care, is a body system. I don't know if you are familiar with this term. Just a quick show of hands, how many of you know the body system? I would like to see. Okay, I see one hand already, 2. Okay, growing numbers. Very well. So I'm encouraging you to use it and incorporate it in your trainings, because this promotes mental health as well. And it allows our volunteers and our colleagues to watch out for each other and each other's mental health. So I think this is very important. And please, I'm asking you not to do any PFA for children training without this topic. I'm sorry that we only could do a 5-minute recap about this, but it's worth like at least 1 hour of your time. So please incorporate self-care in your trainings and in your daily lives. It's very important. Here is just a quick picture with different type of activities. I think it collects very well the different types and all of the regions of our lives where healthcare and self-care should be included. So I think that's it very shortly, because we only have 5 more minutes, and I would like to hear back from you and just take a quick recap. If you have any other questions, please ask us now or write it in the chat section. And I see some examples like yoga and walking in the snow. Yes, I agree. Walking in the nature, spend time with friends. Yes. Okay, so are there any questions to me or to Ala or about this presentation? Okay, I see a quick question about the body system. It's basically starting every training or every day with pairing up with our bodies. Who is a person I can talk to about my problems, and that person looks after me and I look after him or her if there's any crisis situation or an emergency, or he or she just gets hurt or gets tired and wants to ventilate, he or she can come to me. It's not a therapy session, it's just listening to each other and just giving feedback. If they have any questions, then I can clear it. So it's a strong connection between co-workers or volunteers, and they can count on each other. And if you want to know about this topic, we can share with you a short description when we are sending you the email about this past 3 days. Any other questions? Meditation, music, yes. Okay, Ala, I'm just gonna give back the word to you. Do you have anything else to say?
Thank you, Katja. I think you covered very well. So
Thank you so much. Very nice.